Okay, we are live.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Millis Select Board for September 28th in 2020. My name is Jim McCaffrey. I am the chair of the board. With us, we also have Pete Germain, who is the vice chair, and Aaron Underhill, our clerk. Those are the board members. In addition, we have Mike Kaczynski, our town administrator, and also our operations manager, Karen Beret. We have a number of other folks on the phone and on the Zoom here, and we'll bring them on as the agenda items come forward. The first item on our agenda is simply announcements. And I would like to just take a moment to let the community know and all the other important stakeholders in our town government know that we have received a certification from the Commonwealth for the free cash for 2020, as well as a report on the reserves for the sewer, water, and stormwater enterprise funds. So that means we're closed out this particular task literally weeks earlier than we've done it in some years gone by. For that, we will give credit to our finance team, led by Carol Johnson and Terry Wiggin. We really appreciate all the work from the finance team and getting the closeout documentation ready so we could get back our free cash certification from the Commonwealth. They give us it's our money. They just give us the certification. The free cash certified as $653,839. There are also reports back on the reserve funds for the sewer, water, and stormwater enterprise, which will show that those funds are also in pretty good shape. So we will be working with the town administration, the school committee, and the finance committee to work on how we take this available funds and allocate them out for purposes of the town meeting coming up in the fall. But now we have the facts, so to speak, so we can work together to come up with not just a solution, but a realistic proposal. So with that, I don't know if any other announcements from my colleagues. So certainly, if you have some announcement you'd like to make, I'd like to give you time to do that, Aaron or Pete.
I don't have an announcement.
Okay, Pete.
No thanks.
All right. Well, then we will move on to our appointed agenda items. The first agenda item we have this evening is really an update, a COVID-19 update for the town of Millis. We've invited our public health director, Mr. John McVeigh, to give us an update. I would report to the town that there was a comprehensive meeting this morning from the local emergency planning committee and the Board of Health, and John gave us a lot of good information, and so I'd asked him to come to the meeting this evening and share some of that information with the folks here in the town. So, John, if you'd like to sort of give us the overview, that would be great.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's John McVeigh. Just as an update, first I'd like to just start by saying that it's important. It's an important time this year that people consider their flu shots. That's important as far as the upcoming season. So just as a public service announcement, not directed. The stats in Millis. We were reported, just to let you know, as people know, in the room here on Zoom, most people, that we were in the yellow. That the numbers that were given at the time that we get collected through our system, which is Maven, did not take into some variables like college students, for instance, that were not in the town, but had Millis addresses. So therefore, that lowers our number by 2, which will lower our risk level. We won't find out exactly what our color scheme is until the next state mapping, which comes out every 2 weeks. But just to let people know that currently we have only 2 positives in town. But at the time this was reported and we got into the yellow, September 23rd, we were actually at 4 as opposed to 6. So that's important for people to know. That being said, we continue to phase 3, and we continue to be in phase 3, I think, for the foreseeable future that I know of. They did relax some restaurant regulations last week. We actually started today. And, they're very difficult sometimes to follow all these changes and regulations. I know that's why I direct people all the time to the state websites. Is every couple of weeks these standards and protocols seem to change depending on the metrics and data that they see at the state. Some news on people are talking about Halloween and what that COVID means to Halloween. There are, right now the state and the CDC have put out some guidelines regarding Halloween and what they consider high-risk activities versus moderate versus low-risk activities. So we could probably discuss that later down the road, but presently the guidelines are there. They do talk about door-to-door as a higher risk activity, and certain other activities as well, attending crowded costume parties and so forth. So we ask people to be, use some common sense and understand that, if you get into gatherings that allow for limited social distancing, you could contribute to clusters, which then could potentially cause our town to be mapped into a higher risk category, hopefully not in red. Just to touch back on that subject a little bit, when they do put out these maps and these color codes, it's important to realize that it does not necessarily mean there's a community-wide problem or outbreak. There could be clusters that are of households or one particular event. There could be the cause of numerous people becoming positive. That doesn't necessarily mean that the entire town is conceivably at risk in that scenario. So when you interpret these numbers and these colors, you just have to keep that in mind, that behind the scenes there may be isolated. They may be isolated. In that way, the town wouldn't be conceivably as at risk as a yellow or a red would let people perceive. So I just wanted to get that out and make that clear.
Okay, could you also, so we covered a little bit of the, this morning, the sort of behind the scenes activities by your staff, the public health nurse. It's not just numbers, as you folks work, it's people and tracking the people. You could just say a little bit about the efforts that are going on in the public health department here in Millis to make sure that we're all as safe as we can be.
Absolutely. We have a great public health nursing staff and a board member who is also a registered nurse that are working behind the scenes to track the numbers, any cases they get in through the state, through Maven, the tracking system, that there's close contacts are being tracked. And right now, Millis is in good shape as far as being able to keep up with that. There are larger cities that are having much more difficulty, because just numbers-wise. But currently, we have that under control, well under control, with the good staff that we have working in that area.
Well, and to the extent, John, again, that you shared a minute ago or so ago, if people have questions, where they can call you folks, where you can direct them to the information that the Commonwealth provides. Again, there's a pretty solid way of getting good information And I want people to be reassured that it is available.
Could you just repeat that one more time?
Sure, I was just trying to get you to remind folks that if they have questions about what's going on in Millis with respect to the public health issues, they can contact your office. And you also were saying earlier, and you said this morning, that they can be directed some pretty good, solid information from the Department of Public Health as well. Because we're in the business here of trying to give folks the facts. And I want to reassure them that there's a place to go where they can get the straight story.
Yes, absolutely. I have always said, yeah, we're open to any questions at the health department that people have. Many times we direct people towards the state websites, and it's not to deflect any questions. It's more because these standards and protocols change so often. We want to make sure that people get the updated information, and that's the best way of doing so. So, again, anyone that has questions, definitely call up our office, and we'll either answer the question or direct you to a source that will assist you with that.
Great, thank you. We had invited Chief Barrett, but he's not able to come tonight, so I just wanted to point out to the residents of Millis, one of the things that came out in this morning's meeting was that, of course, the Millis police, fire, and EMT service is on the job, and they are individuals who, when called upon, will go into people's homes to try to make sure that their health is protected. And I don't mean just for COVID, but for any need. And the chief did express a high degree of confidence that working through the public health department here in town, when an EMT goes into a home, that individual EMT has a pretty good idea as to whether or not he or she is up against some kind of COVID risk. So again, there are things behind the scenes that people don't necessarily realize, but I do think it's important for us to understand that this is a coordinated effort. Sure, the Department of Public Health and our local health department is on point, but there's support and mutual aid, if you will, between the police, fire, DPW, and all the services here in town to try and make sure people are kept safe. So I want to thank you and your team, John, very much for sharing tonight as well. And again, if people have questions, please feel free to call Department of Public Health or our health department here in town, and I'm sure people can help you out.
Mr. Chair?
Well, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate your words.
Mr. Germain.
I would like to suggest that Mr. McVeigh, if he can, would have posted on our website some of the links to the Mass government Halloween guidance and other news for health that might be of interest to some of the residents in the town. It just makes it an easy place to go to look at links. It can take you directly to where this information is available. Just a suggestion.
Sure. John, you did talk earlier today again about some of the links you have through the Board of Health as well, but I think to Mr. Germain's point, the easier we can make it for folks, the better. So maybe we can work together to put up some links there so people can be directed easily to the Department of Public Health here in the Commonwealth as well as the CDC, because we want to make sure we can encourage folks to be able to get, as I said earlier, good information.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Anything else? All right, great. So thank you very much, John, and thank you to the team as well. Moving on to the next item on our agenda. Our next item is the approval of a scrap metal drive. Is Mr. Paul Sims on the line here?
I am here.
Great. Why don't you just describe to us, this is a program that is not new to you and has been done in the past, but I think it's a good opportunity for us to just hear about it again, maybe publicize a little bit and make sure that everybody understands that, we get our full support.
All right. So I've been doing scrap and electronic drafts for a few years for different charities in Millis. Last year I decided to just focus it towards Cub Scouts because they didn't have any form of fundraising. The Boy Scouts had Christmas tree pickup. Girl Scouts had Girl Scout cookies, but the Cub Scouts didn't really have any way of generating income to support events and purchase equipment and stuff. So we just use it for that. People just bring down whatever kind of metal they have, as long as it's not propane tanks, portable AXLs, or any microwaves. Any other would be dangerous. We can't take that stuff, but we can take most types of metals. Last year we raised $1,300 for Cub Scouts. Last year we held it at Schnitzer, which is no longer there, so that's why I'm requesting to use the town parking lot again, town hall parking lot. Did you have any specific questions?
No, I have no specific questions other than let's make sure that, I'd ask my colleagues if they have any questions they'd like to ask, and then I'd like to make it clear to folks exactly when, exactly where, and...
Okay. So
I have
it's
no
going to be...
questions.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, you all right. So October 18th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., rain or shine. The Board of Health has given me some specific guidelines to follow. Usually we reach out to other communities and allow anyone to bring in, but we're just keeping a Millis-specific event this year, so we're not cross-contaminating, I guess. And we're only doing it for 4 hours in the day to cut down, I guess, lengthy interactions with people. So, yeah. It'll be a town hall in the back parking lot, where I've held it in the past.
Other questions, other members from the board members?
Yes. Are we posting this around town so people are aware, places like in the fire department, police department, town hall, on the doors, whatever, so that folks are aware that this is happening?
I usually just post it at Roach Brothers, and last year I posted at Tractor Supply. I usually post online on my own page and on Mills Public Forum. But if the town wants to post it, I can get a flyer to Karen.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we can certainly post it on the homepage of the website, or even on the new town Facebook page, which I guess is not so new anymore. But yes. Well, if you want to get that to me.
Great. I think it's important for us to do that if we can, because obviously if in years gone by other towns have participated or people from outside of Millis, now we're going to focus on the Millis folks. Let's make sure we get everybody in town to understand what it is and how they can help. And so I think it's a great idea. So I guess what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask if we can get a motion to approve the event, the scrap metal event, and utilizing the VMB parking lot.
Okay. I move that we approve the Scrap Metal and Electronics Drive event on October 18th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and authorize the use of the Veterans Memorial Building parking lot.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion's carried unanimously. So thank you very much, Paul, for taking the time to come and visit with us this evening. We appreciate it. And hopefully we can make it a successful event.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item we have on our agenda is the appointment of a DPW heavy equipment operator laborer, Mr. Gazinski and Mr. McKay. We'll start with
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This position is replacing a vacancy for a heavy equipment operator, laborer for the DPW. And I'm sure Mr. McKay can talk a little bit about the applicant, but I will say that because of a family issue, we couldn't be here this evening, but I would like to request that the board ratify my appointment of John Verocci as a heavy equipment operator and laborer for the town of Millis. And I think Mr. McKay can give a little more background on this individual.
Sure,
Mr.
thank you.
McKay.
Thank you. And we planned that Mike was going to go first with his name because neither one of us could pronounce it. So hopefully he did better than I would.
So one of you can stay at the end of our meeting when we have to do Tangerini's Farm again.
Yeah. This is a position that's been open for over a year, and now that we feel that it's the right time to fill the position, we had held off with the thoughts of not sure if we would have to cut the position. So after discussing this with the town administrator, we felt this is the time to fill the position. We had 4 people that applied for the position, and I just got 2 more tonight. It's too late for that. John has all his licenses. He has a Class A, which is that's a tough one to get because we don't have the equipment to actually train the people on that. So it's great that he's coming with his Class A license already in hand, and he has his hoisting license. He will go up and get the 4G license. I think if you remember discussing that during negotiations, that's to drive the flail mower, the roadsides. That most roads still need it, so that would be a great asset for us. He said he'd go get that right away. He still needs to have his physical and his check here, so both of them still need to be done.
Did you say Corey?
Corey, yes, Corey and physical.
Corey and physical, okay. And the other license, you're not looking to make this appointment conditioned on the license. You're just going to go get the license in due course.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Quick question, if I may.
Yep.
And this is part of the budget that's already in existence. You have that in your budget. I assume you did, or Mr. Kaczynski wouldn't have recommended it, but I just wanted on the record that we do have the budget for that.
That's correct. You're correct.
Okay. Is this coming out of general budget or from one of the enterprises, or both, all of them, or what?
This is a straight 100%, 90% general and 10% stormwater.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No questions.
Okay, I would then take a motion to approve the town administrator's appointment.
I recommend approval of the town administrator's appointment of John Verocci as a heavy equipment operator and laborer, pending, of course, approval through Corey and physical, excuse me.
Drug screen and physical, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the town administrator's appointment. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried unanimously. So we look forward to seeing him on the road, right?
That's correct.
Get him in, get him working, right?
Before snow.
Yeah, oh jeez.
Please.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, the next item we have on our agenda is approval of a grant of location to relocate an existing telephone pole that is between 34 and 33 Forest Road. So, Mr. Kaczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your packet, in the board's packet, is a letter as well as documentation and plans for the removal and relocation of an existing pole at 34/33 Forest Road. It's my understanding this work is necessary in order to properly support the pole. After reviewing the information, I recommend the board approve the relocation. And as stated, this does not require a hearing.
Okay. So this is just to approve the relocation of the pole. Let's see. Remove one and install one. Okay, and this is just to make sure that the whole thing doesn't fall down, is that right?
That's correct. This would remove a tree guy and maintain the support of the pole. So I believe that they've decided that they needed to relocate the pole in order to make sure that it will hold up in the wind and storms and so forth.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the members of the board?
No questions.
Okay, I would like to ask if there are any butters who may want to have something to say this evening. I assume they are aware of the fact that this is happening, right?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I don't believe that it's required.
No, that thing's going to happen, rather than do they get invited to the meeting.
Yes, we will. When we contact them tomorrow, we will check to make sure that the immediate abutters are notified of the change.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, she's very much aware of it, and she's actually the petitioner to Eversource to move the pole. Right now, the guide wire is on a dead tree, and they can't take the dead tree down until they move the guide wire. So that's why they're moving the pole. So Karen, her name's Sue. She's very much aware of it and in favor of this.
Okay, good. All right, so thank you very much, Mr. McKay. I appreciate that input. So what we're looking for is a motion to grant the request for the relocation of the existing pole.
I move that we agree to grant a request for the movement of the pole located at 3433 Forest Road, Millis, for the purposes of making sure that the pole is in fact properly supported in the future.
Second.
So it has been moved and seconded for the board to approve the relocation of this pole located 3433 Forest Lane. I will poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
The motion is carried. I see here, Karen, that this requires signature.
It does,
So
indeed.
I would ask the board members at their earliest convenience to come by the town hall and sign the document. I
Yes.
assume it's available tomorrow, right?
It's available tomorrow. I think there are 3 copies that you need to sign, but we can have them out.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
there are 3.
Good. Okay. The next item we have on our agenda is conversation about water system PFAS update. This is a matter that we discussed in a prior meeting. There's some more information that we need to hear about, and Mr. McKay is going to start off the conversation, and I think we have Kirsten Ryan also on the line. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, Jim, why don't you start us off, give us, the introduction and see where we go from there.
Sure. I will quickly turn it over to Kirsten. She'll give you the particulars of. We had a very good meeting today. The town administrator, myself, both superintendents, the DPW superintendent and the water and sewer superintendent met with, along with Kirsten and Betsy Frederick from Kleinfelder, and the division chief of the Central Region office and the drinking water, Bob Boswick, was also on the line. Kirsten will get into the particulars on the notification that will go out to the residents that they're working on. The both of them are doing that together. Most importantly, I sent you the regulation that is going into effect. I think I sent that to you on Friday for your review. PFAS is here. It's going to be law, and it's going to be a regulation. And we're caught right in the crosshair. how this is going to be, the notification, we're probably going to be the first town in Massachusetts that will do the first notification to the public on that. I will state, and Kirsten, she'll even get into more in detail. The well in question is offline. That's well number 2. And in doing that, we had to shut well 1 off, and that's the DeAngelis treatment facility. And that's located at 7 Water Street. That's in back of the DPW garage. So I will turn it over to Kirsten so she can get into, what 20 parts per trillion is, and so on. Mr. Chair, I think that the town administrator will end the discussion. We'd like to have a public hearing with the DEP and the board, maybe the Board of Health, and anybody else that would like to attend that meeting at one of your future meetings. And he'll discuss that, later as the discussion goes on.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for having me here. I wondered if I need to back up a little bit to higher level. I don't know if there's folks on the phone that need more background. I can give just a couple minutes on that.
Yes, the context here is important. The message is important and the context is important.
Yeah, communication is critically important around this issue. It's something I've been talking to a lot of communities about and water systems. With transparency, communication, timeliness of information is really important on any public health issue, of course, but, with the water system particularly. So PFAS is what we're talking about in drinking water. It's a compound that is in many, many man-made products. It's pretty widespread. Then these compounds don't break down over time. So that's kind of why it becomes an environmental problem. So there's been a lot of evolving science about this, evolving regulations. The EPA has set a health guidance level of 70 parts per trillion. And some states, including Massachusetts, have reviewed the science and toxicology and decided that they want to set a lower level. So that's what Massachusetts has done. They have gone with a 20 parts per trillion standard. It's the 20 parts per trillion for the sum of 6 individual compounds added together. Whereas, as I said, EPA is going with 70 for 2 compounds. So I don't get too far in the weeds, but the point is, we knew this was coming over the past year. We've been working with Jim, the DPW, Ron, the water department, and Millis has done a lot of things to get ready for this regulation, and suddenly it's here. So Millis has done this voluntary testing of its wells. You guys were not required to do that, but took that preliminary step to get ready, and then working with DEP, talking with them, discussing at these meetings, preparing a grant application to study it further. So what happened was that during the testing, which started in April, wells 1 and 2, which Jim referred to, they combine and go into the DeAngelis treatment plant on Water Street. That's the only source that has been found to be above the 20 limit. So when we first started looking into this issue in the spring, none of the wells tested above it. So it wasn't until the most recent sampling, which was done in mid-August, we started doing resampling, quarterly sampling, and that's when the DeAngelis test result came up just barely above 20. I think it was like 20, 22 if you round up. So what the water department did was immediately turn the source off, even before we got the confirmation sample. So that source was turned off, I think, on September 3rd. And just people need to realize that when you take a sample from the well, you send it to the laboratory, it's a specialized test. It takes at least 2 weeks, sometimes 3, sometimes 4 weeks to get the data results back. So as soon as that initial sample, as soon as Jim got word of the result on September 3rd, he had the source turned off, and it's remained off. So that's, you guys have taken very swift action to protect the public's health. The other good news is that all of the other wells tested below the 20, as I said. So what happens next, I guess, is the big question on everyone's mind, right? So we've all been in communication with DEP, and as Jim McKay mentioned, we had started working on, a fact sheet, a public education piece that would be easy for folks to understand what this is, what Mills is doing about it. So we had that, pretty much almost ready to go out the door when the retesting results came in, and then the DEP, published the regulation. So now it's not just an advisory level, it's a regulation. So, it's going to take a lot of close coordination with DEP in terms of getting this required notification out. So now instead of being something voluntary, it's a required notification. It has to go out within 30 days. And the language of the notification has to be very strictly prescribed by DEP. They're not really known for providing a user-friendly, easy to digest set of information. But when we discussed with them what we had started preparing that would be, a little more graphically easy to read, we can post that on your website. So it's not lost work, right? So we will have to work with DEP to get this more, technical document out to everybody, but it will point them to the website where they can have more information, more easy to understand information. And then as Jim referred to, we think a public meeting or public forum to discuss this topic is really the way to go. That's pretty much what all the other communities have been doing. Jim, you mentioned that you'd be the first community in the state to issue the notice under the new regulation, potentially. But other towns have, I don't know, something like 30 towns or so have been going through this in various forms and having to basically do the same type of public meeting forum. Just trying to make sure you get ahead of the information and share it with people and listen to them, answer their questions, so that, they don't feel like they're in a vacuum. And, there's a lot of, good examples and lessons learned out there from other communities of how they've dealt with, conveying this technical and, possibly scary information to the public. But what else do they want to cover? And I please jump in with questions, but I think that's the main things I wanted to talk about. And next it's going to be just a coordination between the DPW, the Board of Health, will be involved as well. The DEP, Select Board.
And I'd like to just confirm one important fact for this evening, because there's some delay in actually getting the notice out, not because we're not on top of it. It's just that we have to now comply with a set of regulations, which is going into effect next week.
Yeah.
But we're not pumping any water into the public water system from the well, which is the source of this material.
Correct.
So there's no issue about us, the drinking water tonight related to PFAS or PFAS.
Yes, that's right. The source that was above remains offline. There'll be follow-up testing that will be required for all the other wells to, keep on top of that.
And all the other wells are below the threshold number,
Right.
Substantially below, actually.
Yeah, as far as the last test results showed.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we don't have to address this. It's just that I don't want the public to think that by delaying notices and holding meetings and whatnot, that somehow we're not on top of this, because I think we are.
No, you guys you're way on top of it for sure.
Okay, other members of the board like to ask questions from Kirsten or to Jim, for that matter? Because I want to make sure that people's questions are answered here tonight.
I would. I brought this up previously. I just want to have everyone understand, is there a way people with private wells can get their wells tested? Is the state going to help? Is the state going to participate? And what are the implications if they find it in their wells? Is this a cumulative substance that we're concerned with? Is this an immediate danger to anyone as of this instant? what does that mean if you have a private well?
So, okay, several questions in there I can tackle. As far as the question about, is it a danger, this acute danger, as if you had coliform in your water, you've got to boil it because that's going to make you very sick. It's not like that. However, and again, I'm not a toxicologist, but, it is more risky for folks in what they would call a sensitive subpopulation, and that would include pregnant women and people nursing infants and infants. So the regulation has been, then the number comes from being protective of that population of people. So it's designed to be protective, for them, and obviously protective for everybody else who's not in that group. So the recommendation, if the water was above 20 and you were in that group of folks, you would be recommended to use bottled water, or an alternate, a filter on your water system for making formula, for, drinking for yourself, for your infant.
Where can they get testing?
As for a private well testing, correct. The state their position is they don't regulate private wells. They would refer people to their local boards of health, and there are laboratories that people can have their wells tested. The state is not, to my knowledge, providing financial support for that type of effort right now. So it would be up to the homeowners to test their wells.
Perhaps you can clarify. What I've been reading is that it's not so much the level at this instant that when you're drinking it, it's a concern. It's the cumulative effect over a period of many, many years.
Right.
That may have an effect, an implication on you.
That's right.
So,
yeah.
In other words, the point is not to panic anyone.
Right.
Even if you have higher levels, it's not the higher levels at any one instant that are the concern. It's years of accumulated higher levels that appear to be the concern.
Yeah.
And these levels that have been set, and I have in fact communicated with the EPA, are set at standards incredibly low so that they feel that there is an almost zero risk factor from their perspective. That's why they set them so low, according to at least one memo I've had from them. So I just think it's important that people understand this is something that needs to be dealt with, but not to go into any panic mode over it.
Yeah, very good point.
Mr. Chairman, on that note, we did ask that specific question today during the meeting that we had about private wells. And they will work with the local Board of Health in Millis. They are under the jurisdiction of the Board of Health. There's plenty of literature that we will post on the Millis website once we go, public with all this information. We will add a link to, where private well people can go, laboratories, and what type of filtration system that they can actually add to their, they won't recommend anything because they're not in the business of that. But they said that, during part of the link would be of what a private well, as anybody, the town will do, what type of filtration system can be used.
I think we ought to also comment, it's important that if you're going to use bottled water, that you need to see it as checked for PFAS. PFAS is prevalent in everything just about now. So, you can't assume that if you buy bottled water without anything noted on it, that it's free of PFAS, or that it is below the levels that are being tested here. Yeah. So, again, it's not a panic situation. I don't think many bottled water companies yet post that on their labels, because I can't find it on any iPod.
The DEP has the test results for certain bottled water companies, I believe.
Yeah, you'd have to go there. They haven't put it on.
Yeah, and all of this will be on the mailing that people get, all the detailed information.
Yeah.
And on the website. So we're working as fast as we can to get that information sorted out and delivered out to everybody in Millis, and then follow up, with that public forum that where people can, hear more, ask questions, have their concerns addressed.
Yes, I think certainly want to commit ourselves to giving the public an opportunity through a forum, even though it's going to have to be, a Zoom forum.
Yeah.
To answer questions, because, we can talk about the generalities and we can talk about the standard, but for people to be able to ask the nuanced questions, I think is important as well. I don't think any of us are trying to minimize this, but at the same time, we don't want to create undue concern. People have enough going on right now, but we are committed to having the cleanest possible water in the town of Millis. Again, if I read the material, we are complying way before it's required. So we've taken seriously the new standard, tested early, going to take remedial action early. Of course, we have no idea at this point what we'd have to do at the DeAngelis Water Treatment Facility to make sure that the wells 1 and 2 are free, meet the standard. That's a whole different discussion.
Well, I would just, if I could add, just to, that the good news is that it's treatable. There is standard technology. It's really carbon filtration that will take that out of the water. Is it, expensive? Yes. But, engineering knows how to deal with this issue. Also, the state has said they're going to re-up the grant program. So, as you all know, we've helped submit an application for Millis. And just because the regulation wasn't in effect, you technically weren't above the regulatory limit.
This is catch-22, is that correct?
They didn't award the grant, but they said please resubmit. Another round's going to come out, and that would help identify the specific solutions, specific costs that would be associated with removing it from those wells. And the other good news is you do have some flexibility with your other sources. Not every community is in such a position as that. And water restrictions do help the water system get through these periods where those wells are offline. So people are doing their part, which is great, and it's a solvable problem, but it is, it's unfortunate.
Yes. I asked Aaron, do you have questions you'd like to pose? Comments?
They've actually already been asked, so I'm good.
Okay. Is there anyone?
I just want to tell you that the time frame before the public start asking questions, because so the letters, what we're hopefully going to get the draft from the DEP for our review tomorrow or the next day. We plan on mailing these out hopefully by next Wednesday.
Okay.
And I think that would be a good thing to, once we mobilize the new water, sewer, stormwater committee, that they take this up, immediately, because we're going to have to come up with a plan. We're going to have to let them know,
right,
what is the town's plan, and that's going to be part of the violation that that we will get on this.
Mr. McKay, when we say we're going to send out the notice, we will be sending out a written notice, mailing a notice to water system customers.
It'll be to everyone in the town. It'll be well owners, everybody.
Okay.
It'll be a major mailing.
Okay, great. That's what I wanted to clarify. All right. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to ask questions of any of the Mr. McKay or our colleague from Kleinfelder or anybody? I want to give people a chance to at least ask a question tonight that comes to mind. But we will commit ourselves to holding a follow-up forum, which is devoted specifically to this.
DEP also has a lot of information on their website for consumers, for anybody. If you Google Mass DEP PFAS, PFAS, you will probably find it pretty easily. But, again, happy to answer any questions if there's any tonight.
And we would also, I think we should certainly post the contents of the letter on the website
Yeah.
So that people who are using the website or other media would be able to get that notification as well.
Deirdre, today, we made a link under the water department for PFAS, and once it's posted, Karen will post it
Okay.
on the Facebook page.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, thank you very much, Kirsten and Jen, for this. It's important information. We need to keep on top of it, but we do appreciate the proactive way in which our team has tried to address this thing and keep people informed and work on remediation.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Yes.
just to add, and I know Mr. McKay mentioned this at the beginning, but just to confirm that during our conversation with the DEP officials earlier today, they did confirm that they are very willing to come out to meet with the board and answer questions of the board or residents of the town.
Bring money.
Yes, well, we can certainly express those comments when they come out, but that they'd be willing to come out either at a regular board's meeting or a special meeting of the board to have that public information and question and answer session. So we just need to set up a time that is convenient to the board, and we'll reach out to them and work to coordinate that.
Okay. Yes, that would be very helpful.
Sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question? Since I'm going to be working with the DEP person tomorrow, October 19th was a tentative date that we discussed for potentially having this forum. Is that something that we could settle on tonight, or do we need?
Well, that's a regular meeting of the board. If the board would like to have a separate meeting, then that opens up other dates. It's just a matter of the availability of the board. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess it's really determining when the board is, if the board feels that there's a time they can set now, or we'll need to we can notify Kirsten tomorrow if you like.
I guess my initial reaction is to perhaps convene the board maybe at 6 rather than 6:30 to accommodate this on the 19th. I'll ask my colleagues if that works for them, or maybe even 6 to 7 if people think that's enough time. We're right in the middle of getting ready for the town meeting, so trying to find multiple dates. My inclination is, this is a very important thing. We should get on it as quickly as possible. And generally speaking, for the board, we know board members are generally available on the Mondays. So, Pete and Aaron, what are your thoughts on setting the date?
That's fine with me. I can be available earlier on the 19th.
The 19th looks good. I would like to suggest that perhaps we meet a bit earlier to give at least an hour of time for discussion. If it doesn't take that, so be it. But I think the community needs the opportunity to have that type of discussion.
Well, I agree. I think the best way to do it is to set the meeting beginning at 6, and then we won't have any scheduled other business till 7. Hopefully we'll get to finish our meeting before midnight, but this is important, and I think, to Kirsten's point, let's get it on the calendar. Let's not wait till tomorrow. And I think if everyone's available at 6 o'clock or 6 p.m. on the 19th, of course, I suppose I should ask you, Kirsten, if that works for you too.
Yeah, I already, when we talked about that date today, I already blocked a big block out of my calendar. So,
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that would be excellent, because that way we can just put it right into the document that gets mailed out and posted. So,
Let's do that.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate
Thank you. Good
very
evening.
much. Next item we have on our agenda is a very important and good one to get on at this point in time. So this is the acceptance of a memorial gift, and I'd ask Karen if you could, Karen, sort of kick this off for us.
I certainly would be more than happy to. So just to back up here, the McCarthy family, who are residents here in Millis, and they are on here now. I see both Rich and Courtney. I received an email from them back in early August. They are interested in donating a piece of playground equipment to the Oak Grove Farm in memory of their son Bryce, who passed away last June, right before his 3rd birthday. Rich and Courtney started the Bryce Matthew McCarthy Memorial Foundation, which is a nonprofit 501c3 organization in memory of Bryce. And through that, they have raised money, and through, I think, their neighbors who live next door, the Fortes, who own Forte Landscaping and Construction, they have actually developed a custom structure, which is beautiful, and I will show a picture of that shortly, that they were interested in donating. So once we received that, I contacted the Oak Grove Farm Commission to see if they would be able to accept the piece of equipment. And the chair, Steve McGinnis, and I believe others as well from the Oak Grove Farm, met with Forte Landscaping. They've been back and forth. They figured out a good location for the piece of equipment and are very interested in accepting that. Just to note, the Oak Grove Farm Commission hasn't formally accepted the gift. I'm hoping the town will formally accept the gift on behalf tonight, and that is just due to COVID. They've had a hard time getting together to meet. They've been meeting kind of outside as they can, so it's a little bit different. But I'm going to turn it over to Courtney and Rich, who wanted to say a few words, and then I can show the piece of equipment if you'd like.
Sure, yes.
So we're very thrilled to have them tonight. And I see very cute little eyes peeking up in your square. Congratulations.
We have our newborn sailor here.
Oh, he's wonderful.
And then we have our toddler sitting behind us, so let's hope she behaves right now. She's been so good so far, so fingers crossed. I wrote a little something, so I'm just going to read from it. I hope everyone's well this evening. We are overjoyed this evening and filled with much emotion to finally be presenting the playground structure for acceptance that will honor our beautiful sweet boy Bryce Matthews' life. As you know, the structure will be a train displaying vibrant rainbow colors with a plaque that will say, "Always look for rainbows." Bryce was always the first child at story time each week to dart for the trains at the Millis Public Library. He absolutely loved his trains and spent countless hours on end playing and getting imaginative by lining them up, counting them, color-coding them, and moving them along on their tracks we have here at home. The day we laid our beautiful boy to rest, we looked up into the sky, and right before our very eyes, a beautiful halo rainbow. Since this very day, our beautiful boy has sent us endless rainbows, especially on our hardest days. He has been there to bring us hope, happiness, light, and love with each rainbow we see, and continues to paint our skies with his vibrant colors. Oak Grove Playground was a playground we often visited, and a playground that Bryce always loved. In fact, it was the very first playground Bryce grew up playing on. Bryce was a beautiful old soul and a boy who represented everything good. In just a short time here with us, Bryce touched so many lives and demonstrated many leadership qualities. He was smart, sweet, funny, loving, intuitive, and always inclusive and helpful with his peers. We hope by donating this playground structure, many children, including our own, will be able to enjoy it in years to come. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your acceptance and for letting us honor our beautiful boy in such a prominent, meaningful way. Thank you.
I just want to show a picture so that people can see this beautiful structure. So bear with me with my technology here for a minute. I have to get to the right spot. And we are, let's see, is this the best one? Let's see, I think it's, is it this one? Let's see. There we go. Can you see the, actually, hold on 1 minute because I need to share my screen. Bear with me. Okay. How do we do this? Of course, it's going to take me a minute, so my apologies. Bear with me.
Sure.
I thought I could My Zoom is acting up, of course. I'm unable to share it. Hold on 1 minute. Let me get back out of here. Oh, there you are. Oh, can you see it now if I put this up?
So far, no.
No. You know. Give me one more try here.
It is a beautiful thing. It'd be nice to be able to see it if we
We
can.
will. All right, one more try here. All right, here we go. I think I've gotten it now.
Okay, that looks like a desert.
Progress. We're getting
Progress. I'm sorry.
it. That is a beautiful photo, though.
How about this? Can we see this?
Hooray! There it is.
Patience is a virtue here, and as you can see, it does say the Rainbow Railroad at the top. It is a wonderful piece of equipment. I know the Oak Grove Farm, I will speak on behalf of them and say that I know they're very excited to get the equipment. Their hope is to do a few other updates to the playground as well, and are looking to hopefully get this piece installed by spring. And perhaps we could do a little memorial dedication then, if you would like to do that. We can work that out.
That would be wonderful.
And we are thrilled that you are sharing this with us and sharing this equipment with us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is just a wonderful thing. Thank you for this. And it's a personal note. I look forward to taking my grandson to the train because he's a train lover too. So that'll be great to be doing the spring.
Love to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, we're so thankful and honored at the opportunity that the town's been so fantastic to our family, throughout everything.
Yeah.
Pete, Aaron?
I'm sorry?
Peter, Aaron, anything you'd like to add at this point?
I happen to think this is a wonderful thing. I couldn't think of a better way to cherish your child in some way and to let the community share in that, which this is a close community. I think it's important things like this occur. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's nice to give back in his honor. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm so glad that you reached out.
Thank you.
I also wanted to say thank you. It's a beautiful structure. My children also like the train table at the library and Oak Grove. So I'm sure they'll be really excited to see it when it's installed. So thank you very much, and I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess I would like to ask a member of the board to make a motion to accept the gift.
I'll move that we accept the gift of the playground donation in memory of Bryce McCarthy for the town of Millis at Oak Grove.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded that the board accept the gift from the McCarthys to town of Millis at Oak Grove Farm for the structure known as the Rainbow Railroad. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Just one quick comment, if I may. I love trains. I used to play with them growing up myself. So I hope I have an opportunity to sit on this one too.
Yeah.
I hope so too.
Yes.
I would love to see that, Pete.
I will go take pictures.
It'll be a highlight.
And Courtney and Rich, I will certainly keep in touch with you and help coordinate with the Oak Grove Farm Commission so we can keep this train moving forward.
Thank you, Karen.
Great.
You're welcome.
Thank you, folks.
Wonderful
Thank
to
you
see
very
you.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a great night.
Thanks.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is a hearing with respect to stormwater management permit application from the Millbrook School Foundation. So we do have a hearing posted with a notice filed. We may be asked by the applicant to continue this to a later date, but I'd like to, because we've already published, I'd like to open the hearing, and I'd like to take a motion from a board member to open the hearing on the Millbrook School Foundation application for a stormwater management permit.
I move that we open the hearing for the application for stormwater management for the Millbrook School Foundation.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to open the hearing. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried. The hearing is now open. We've asked a representative from the applicant, Mr. American, to come and at least brief us on the project a little bit. And then I believe he's going to be requesting a continuance before a decision is made. So, Mr. American, can you just give us a little bit of an overview here about what the project's going to generate, what the project is all about?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Dan American with Legacy Engineering. Karen, if it's okay, I'll share my screen.
Please do. I hope you have better luck than I just did.
So the Millbrook School Foundation is the applicant. The school in question is called the Sparhawk Academy. It's a private religious school at 376 Orchard Street, which is on the town line. You can see here an aerial photo of the property. It's a large property. It's about 60 acres of land that has some land in Sherburne, which is undeveloped, and then a piece of land in Millis, which was formerly a farm property. It was a farm property. The Sparhawk Academy opened its doors maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and they repurposed the existing farmhouse, existing barn, and existing garage to convert it to a middle school. And they are here. We filed a series of applications with the appropriate boards and commissions to propose the addition of a new building, a new classroom building. This is a blow-up of the site out near Orchard Street. The work all occurs near the original farmhouse area. This is the old farmhouse, which is now classrooms and office space. This is the old barn, which is still a barn. This is the old garage, which is a classroom space now. What they'd like to do is build a single-story classroom building here. It's going to be about 7,500 square feet. We would come in off the existing driveway and construct a new driveway around the building, tying into an existing network of driveways through the property. There would be a few additional parking spaces for the building, but there's not going to be a huge impact on the site as a whole. It's basically just the construction of a single building and the necessary appurtenant work. We have prepared a stormwater management system design under your regulations, including erosion control measures and stormwater management systems, which includes an open stormwater infiltration basin, which was built back in one of the field areas. So we're in the process now. Your consultant, Beta Group, has generated some comments. We are working through those comments. The applicant has also decided to make a few adjustments to the layout of the proposed building and the location, slight adjustments. So we're working through those plan changes. So at this point, if the board has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But otherwise, we would request a continuance to your October 19th meeting so that we can continue to work through the site plan modification issues with your consultant.
Thank you very much for the overview. I think it was a good idea to at least let us know in general what the project's all about. I particularly was interested in the size of the building, which you told us what it is, and that it will be a single-story building, at least at this point. So I would ask my colleagues if they have any questions they'd like to pose.
None.
No questions at this time.
Well, thank you very much then. I do appreciate you coming tonight. I know we had the hearing scheduled. I thought it was important to at least lay out and the high level what's going on, because it gives abutters who are interested in additional information at this point. I think it can only be beneficial in the long run. And we would, like to look to continue the hearing to the 19th if possible, subject to your availability. So if it's okay with the board members, I would then make a motion and then ask for a second. I make a motion that the board continue the hearing of the stormwater management permit and land disturbance permit hearing for the Millbrook School Foundation to October 19th at 8 p.m.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to continue the hearing till October 19th at 8 p.m. I will poll the board for that continuance. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried unanimously, and we look forward to hearing back from you folks then on the 19th.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. American, for taking the time this evening. We appreciate it. All right, the next item we have on our agenda, the next two items actually, are going to start talking about some specific issues relative to the town meeting warrant, which the board has prepared and is working on all the details to prepare for the town meeting to be held on November the 7th. An important item here this evening is going to be an article in the warrant which is addressing some issues relating to the DPW building project and a request by the Permanent Building Committee for the town to consider some additional appropriation for the project. And I don't want to say any more than that because I would like to ask, is Wayne Clocko on the call?
He's in the house.
Wayne is in the house, okay.
Thank goodness.
So we had asked, the Permanent Building Committee has considered this. They've made a recommendation that the town consider additional appropriation to complete the project as planned. And I asked Mr. Clocko to come tonight, representing the PDC, to sort of describe to the board and the community what has brought us to this point and what the request is.
Thank you, Mr. McCaffrey. In order to answer that question, I think we need to go back to the beginning, which is the initial request of voters for an appropriation at the town meeting of $3.9 million to construct this project. That original estimate was developed in March of 2019. It involved the construction of the two buildings that we intend to build, but with one important difference. The staff building, we initially intended for that to be a prefab building to be built off-site. And the reason why we were considering that was to avoid the additional cost of constructing it using prevailing wage. We thought it was an opportunity for us to save some money, but in pursuing that further, our architect strongly advised us that short-term savings would result in us not having any control over the overall construction, particularly in relation to the mechanicals, the plumbing, the electrical, the HVAC, and that we would ultimately be trading a short-term savings for long-term problems. And so we decided that we would construct that building in the traditional fashion. That resulted in essentially doubling the cost for that building. And that cost increased a little over $500,000 just for that portion. Now, we knew that situation existed since at least February of this year, and the Permanent Building Committee has been dealing with that condition in a couple of different ways. We have gone through two efforts to value engineer, if you will, involving reducing the scope of the project. But more importantly, or in addition, I guess I should say, is that we have transferred a substantial amount of the cost that we were originally considering to be part of the contract for a general contractor, for that work to be self-performed by the DPW staff at a much more reduced cost. And so the current project currently is scheduled to be done in 3 phases. The first phase is to be done by the DPW, and they have in fact done, I think, most, if not all, of the phase 1 work. Phase 2, which is the subject of tonight's meeting, is the bid by an outside general contractor, and then finally phase 3, which will be the final site work, will be performed by the DPW. That cost is about $600,000 that we have reduced the overall initial estimate from, and we were hoping that the bids that we just recently received would bring it in within that intended budget. That was not the case, and there are 2 reasons for that, why that did not happen. The first is that we asked all of the bidders to provide a unit cost contingency to deal with potential contamination on the site. We had not yet fully developed or tested the site to determine whether or not contamination existed. And so we asked for a budget to remove a certain amount of material from the site, and the low bidder estimated that cost at $330,000. Subsequent to that, we have in fact performed all of the testing on the site, and we received the preliminary report from that testing agency Friday morning on a call with our architect and his sub-consultants in the testing laboratory. The results are these. Unlike some of the previous projects this committee has dealt with, there is either non-detectable levels of contaminants that they normally look for, or the contaminants that were found were far below any actionable levels. So no testing is required for further soil movement or removal on the site. The only additional cost we will have in that regard is if, in the course of disturbing any of the earth, we dig into an area and we discover oil or something that doesn't smell right or look right, then we would arguably have to investigate that. And for that, we have the contract also provides an allowance of $10,000 that the contractor has set aside for that eventuality. And so we're not expecting any contamination. We're not required to do any further testing. And so the result is that it is very unlikely that we would spend most, if not all, of that $330,000 contingency. And I would like to ask if Jim McKay is on. He's been dealing with this site for quite some time, and I think these results are consistent with his understanding of previous spills or work that have been on the site, how they've been cleaned up, and his expectation of what those soil results would show.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, so in the time that I've been here, I have done a lot of research on the property itself. There was one spill, there was a gasoline tank leak, and that was in the front of the building where the staff wing is actually going to be built. So we brought that to the knowledge of the contractor, right away. There was a cleanup for that. There was a DEP number that was assigned to it, and there was a closure of a clean site. This isn't the old site of the old DPW. I believe the site was actually started to be used in the 70s, 80s. So the stuff that was stored at that site were nothing like what was in back of the library and the police station, in where the municipal parking lot is. We've been lucky that we have a tree farm, that it's regulated through the DEP, that we can take most of the contaminated soil that comes out of the catch basins and little sewer stuff that comes out of the trucks every once in a while, that we can mix and we can layer it in, and that's up towards in the middle of Island Road. I was never really concerned about the site being contaminated, but these tests proved that we were correct. It just shows that the people in the past, maybe not way back, but this is, they took care of the site, and it was a very clean site. I believe way back that was a tree farm at one time, many years before the DPW site was put there. I don't know if that's fully true, but that's what I was told. So this is good news. I could see a sigh of relief, when we got this news on Friday. They were very pleased, and they could not, let us know that this is not going to, they no reporting, no more testing until you see something.
All right. Thanks, Jim. So that's two of the three components that make up the difference between our $3.9 million estimate and the $550,000 or so amount that's over our budgeted, our expectation. The final piece is, I would just simply describe it as increased construction cost, both labor and materials, that are reflective of this post-corona construction market. Our architect has identified particularly roofing materials as being substantially more, coming in higher than their expectation, and concrete. And there's a lot of work out on the street right now. It's competitive. And so the cost reflects, or the bid reflects, that increased cost. Given that situation, the Permanent Building Committee considered 4 options. One was to ask the Select Board, the Finance Committee, and the town to consider approving the additional funds in order to build the project as originally designed, awarding it to the low bidder. The second was to build just the staff building and not build the vehicle repair building in order to stay within the current allocation. The third was to do the opposite, to build just the vehicle repair building and not build the staff building. Both of those options would require going back to town meeting, would require going back to being bid, and both would create not only additional uncertainty in terms of what the overall cost would be, likely would be increased, and there would be increased operational costs dealing with providing those services while whatever building was not built while those services would have to continue for that period of time. The final option was to do nothing, and we considered that, and Jim has put together some information on what it would cost to rent temporary trailers. We discussed this a number of times. I think most recently at the last town meeting, the town meeting where the 3.9 million was approved. Because of the health concern for the employees there, if that warrant article did not pass, then the consideration was, well, what would it cost to move the employees out of there? And that cost for 2 years at that time, and then grossed up to current cost is about $245,000 for 2 years. And then in addition to that, in order to move the actual repair function out of the building, because it's required to move those operations out of the existing building, that cost for a 2-year period is about $290,000. So the cost of doing nothing results in an ongoing operational cost for a 2-year period of time of an estimate of a little over $500,000. So the Permanent Building Committee, considering all of the options, decided that it was most certain for the town, most cost effective for the town to execute the contract that exists for the scope that already exists for the low bidder, if the town will approve those funds. And so at the last town meeting, the town agreed to provide additional funds that had been allocated for repair and service to the existing DPW building. There was $136,455 of unused monies for those functions that was added to the $3.9 million. And so the total of those amounts was a little over $4 million, $4,036,455. The Permanent Building Committee at its last meeting voted to recommend to the select board that they agree to place before the voters an additional appropriation of $600,000 in order to execute that contract. Now, I will tell you that based on my previous comments about not using the $330,000 contingency for contaminated soil, and factoring in what is already required for our architect and design fees, and then the work that is being performed by the DPW, plus a contingency that I've estimated, which is traditional for a project of this size, of about 3% of the construction cost. We would spend roughly $100,000 or about $90,000 over what's already been appropriated. So although we would need $600,000 of authority to execute the contract, because the $330,000 is part of the contract, and we have to be ready to accept it in the event that, or the unlikely event that it would ever be used. In actuality, the expectation is that we would spend closer to about $90-some thousand over what's already been appropriated. I'll I'll ask, I see a couple of other permanent building committee members that are participating. Anyone else like to make any comment?
Hi, Wayne. Yeah, so I would say that the increase in cost for the materials and labor, we're seeing that across the board. We're actually pricing items, and they're coming in on a weekly price. They can't hold their prices because they're going up.
We being who, Rich?
The rest of the contractors. We're doing bids right now for some jobs downtown, and they're literally pricing it week by week. So I'm not surprised on that. And I read the report on the soils, and I think from our best knowledge, I think you were correct on that, on the not needing that additional monies for remediation, because it seems like the site is clear. So I think it would be a prudent risk to take to go ahead and proceed, assuming that contingency won't be used.
Wayne?
Diane?
Diane, go ahead.
I always hate to have to come back to the town and ask for more money, because it means that we haven't been able to do what we thought we could do. But I will tell you that we spent the first half of this year doing what we call value engineering, looking at the staff building in excruciating detail, cutting this, cutting that, moving this here, moving something else. And we managed to take a lot of extra costs out of the budget, not enough to be able to complete it, which is what we're here doing, asking for more money tonight. But I'll have to say thank you to everybody on the committee that worked on this, because it was a lot of work to try and get those costs down. Done.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jim, one more thing.
Yeah.
And Wayne, on our last project, the school, we don't have final numbers, but we actually did come in under our overall budget. I think that's something that shows that we do try to manage the projects.
To that point, Rich, conservatively, our expectation is that we will be $3.5 million under budget on the Clyde Brown project.
Wayne, maybe you could clarify that isn't money we're going to give back to the taxpayers because it hasn't been bonded?
It's not. It's money that we won't be borrowing, so it's a lesser cost, but there is nothing to give back. There's no pot there that we have to distribute. I wish that were the case, but nevertheless, the next best thing is we're not borrowing it.
Well, I'd rather have you not spend my money than get a refund, so thank you. I think it's important. Okay, so basically what the Permanent Building Committee's recommendation to the Select Board is that we seek to appropriate or get authorization for another $600,000 for the building to bring the total then to, I guess, 4.636, if I have it right. And whether we actually spend it is another item altogether. But my understanding is that we have a bid that the contractor has agreed to keep open beyond the usual expiration date. He's agreed to keep it open until we've had our town meeting in November. But if we don't get additional appropriation, then we can't sign that contract because it exceeds the appropriated amount.
That's correct.
So it's not like, and if we don't get the additional funding, then the project as designed cannot go forward. And we've been advised by council that if we were to take your option 2 or 3, which is just do one of the buildings, It would fall within the $3.9 million, but it would not have been authorized by town meeting. That project then would not have been authorized, so we'd have to go back to town meeting again, which would bring us to the spring of 2021. So it's not just the project's at risk here. I mean, let's just put it right out there. I mean, if we don't appropriate additional funding, then the project is not going to go forward, at least probably for a year, if it goes forward at all. Now, none of us like being in that position, but, you know, that's what the bids are. And I believe, Wayne, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there were like 8 bidders. Is that right? 6 to 8. And the low bids were pretty close. So it wasn't like somebody was lowballing, and it wasn't like somebody was inflating. The market was competitive, but it was higher than we had anticipated.
The 3 lowest bids were all within, I think, $20,000 of each other. And then there was another group with another 3 contractors which were somewhat higher, but very close in price. And there was one outlier. So you're absolutely right. The market has told us what the value of this project is.
I guess that's my point. That's the market tells us, not an estimate. And we can debate whether, you know, what were the flaws in the estimate, but the market is telling us what this project will cost. Okay, I would like to ask if my colleagues have questions that they would like to raise.
McCaffrey.
Yes.
I would like to ask some questions, if I may, or at least make some comments. As I listen to all this and look at what's been done, I understand that we have an obligation to our employees at DPW to provide some better quarters than what they have at this time, for a variety of reasons that have been explored in detail previously. We also have some obligations to the state to meet certain standards for when we wash our vehicles and do other types of work to make sure that we carry the pollutants away properly and so forth. We also have a problem of making sure that the facilities that they work in are clean, mold-free, whatever. And I think it's important, from my perspective, to understand that the PBC, as it's presently been run, under the leadership of Mr. Klockow, has managed a number of projects very, very well in this town. The town should be very proud of what has been accomplished, and that he has not come back to the well for frivolous reasons, if any reasons, prior to this. Unfortunately, we're caught up in something that perhaps couldn't have been foreseen, but whether it could have or could not have is immaterial at this point. The issue is, as Mr. McCaffrey so succinctly put it, that the market is going to tell us what we have to do, and we're going to have to deal with that. As we could hear while he was talking, this is not a zero-sum game if we decide to not do everything or not do anything. There are still going to be significant costs incurred, and at some point we're going to have to deal with these issues anyway. So we really are looking at something of we pay now or we pay later, and if we pay later, almost certainly it's going to cost us more for a variety of different reasons, some intangible costs that we can't even measure at this point. Putting all that together and recognizing that a good deal of the extra $600,000 that we're asking to be appropriated is in fact a form of contingency money. Not all of it, but a good deal of it. From my perspective, assuming what I've said is correct and that my understanding is correct, then I think that we have an obligation to the town and the employees to explain it completely and make a recommendation that we should proceed with this project and to appropriate the money as specified in the discussion that just took place. Those are my views. For my personal views, that's it.
Thank you. Ms. Underhill?
I actually sat in on that meeting where all of this was discussed. So this was my second time through it. So I don't think I have any questions. It's, pretty much what Pete said. It's kind of an unfortunate circumstance. There's no question that something needs to be done in terms of that building, and that personally, I am concerned about the people that continue to work in that building with those conditions. So knowing that either way, we have to do something to make sure there are safe working conditions for staff, which is going to be a significant cost. And then we may run the risk of a much costlier project in the end. I'm in favor of allocating the extra funds now in the hopes that, hopefully most of that does end up contingency money and we're able to get the project done appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kaczynski or Mr. McKay, could you just address for a minute or two the funding sources for this additional funds if the town meeting were to? Because what we're going to do is propose a number, and we're going to propose a funding source for consideration by the Finance Committee and consideration by the town meeting if we go forward. So perhaps you could just outline for us what the funding sources, what recommended funding sources would be.
So I have discussed this with the town administrator. I will let him explain, what our preliminary discussion was and where we think, the funds could come from.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think based upon all the factors and the relative funding sources, Mr. McKay and I discussed this, as he said, at length. We are recommending, as far as the funding sources for the additional $600,000, to be $200,000 from the Water Enterprise Fund, $200,000 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund, $100,000 from the Stormwater Enterprise Fund, and $100,000 from the General Fund, with the actual funding sources from the enterprise funds to come from their reserves, and the $100,000 from the General Fund to be a borrowing added to the current borrowing we were going to move forward with for the General Fund expenses of this project. And again, I think up to this point, the Stormwater Enterprise has not put any funds towards this project. Over the course of time, they have generated some reserves, and based on the fact that a lot of the work that will be done out of that facility will be Stormwater Enterprise Fund related, we think it's not unreasonable to propose that at least $100,000 of this entire project come from the Stormwater Enterprise Fund.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask if there's any members of the public who are attending this evening who would like to ask any questions of either the board or, with his agreement, the chair of the Permanent Building Committee.
Mr. Chairman, if I might?
Yes.
Kathy McGinnis, 78 Island Road. Could you just please explain a little more about the division of the amounts in each kitty? I'm just concerned why the general fund is only being hit with $100,000, whereas the other two funds are, typically being stocked once again, the water and sewer. And, the vehicles that will be stored there are used to maintain the town as well as that. So if you could just elaborate for me, please.
Yes, Mr. Kaczynski, a little bit more about the rationale.
Yeah, I think it's a multi-purpose rationale, but I think one of the main areas that I think went into that thought process, at least on my end, was that the DPW employees have, as Wayne has mentioned, I've done a great deal of work in preparing the site. We'll do a lot of work in finishing the site. And I think that is in large part DPW work. And that was some of the rationale from my perspective. Ultimately, this is a policy decision that the select board will have to determine to bring it back to town meeting. So certainly if there are arguments for other perspectives on how to look at this, certainly I welcome the board to listen to those and make a final determination on the best way to move forward. And, you know, it could be possible to add additional borrowing for the general fund if the board determines that's the best approach. But that's my thought on it, and I'd welcome Jim's thoughts. But ultimately, it's the board's decision based on the different factors.
Well, again, it's a decision that this twofold decision. You know, one decision is to recommend approval, and the other decision is to put forward a proposal for funding sources, both of which, of course, would be subject to the board's consideration, the FinCom's consideration, and town meeting consideration. So, Mr. McKay, is there additional thoughts you have on this point?
So the in the original appropriation, the stormwater fund was not hit by any borrowing as part of the plan because there was at that time there was very little reserve funds in the stormwater kitty. So we felt that with discussing this, we felt that we are now splitting vehicles with the stormwater. We're purchasing vehicles under the stormwater account. We're storing them, repairing them, and as the town administrator stated, that most of the work being done, we are keeping an hourly rate of work being done on the DPW side, and it has been mainly, if not all, DPW workers, general fund workers, doing the majority of the work. There has been occasions where we replaced the fire hydrant in natures like that, in water, where we cut and cap the water main. That was done with water work, but it was just, general basis was that, the stormwater had not contributed, any funds for the building. And if this money is not allocated or used, then it will not be taken out of the reserve fund.
Well, I think it would be probably helpful, ultimately, for all of us, is to go back to the entire appropriation, assuming that this is adopted. Of the 4.6 million, if this is what we end up adopting, we'll identify the funding sources for the whole project. So that's an item that I think I'd like to suggest we could take a look at our next meeting as well, because to look at it just from the point of view of this additional appropriation may not give us the true picture of what's being spent by the general fund and the enterprise funds. So, okay, is there any other questions that people might have?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Jermaine.
I happen to agree with what you just said. I think my recommendation would be we vote it in two segments. One would be, do we agree with the concept of the 600,000 additional, which I think is important to say we ought to be recommending that. As to how it'll be funded, that's a secondary issue. This is important, but secondary. And I think your point that we and the FinCom and the town are ultimately going to have to work that out, and we have to start that at our next meeting. I don't see that as something we are going to be able to resolve this evening.
Okay, I mean, I think what we're hearing is that there are a number of ways to try to address this, but if I'm not mistaken, the request is that the board, at this stage of the game, take a position on whether or not we'll go to the town and ask for the additional appropriation, and perhaps do a little bit more thinking about how we would allocate the cost. At our next it's not like we have a lot of time, but I think it's probably appropriate for us to take a position tonight on the project itself as to whether or not we support the recommendation. Because the PBC's recommendation was for an additional appropriation. It was not directed to how the money would be, where the money would come from. That's really up to the board and the administration as to what our recommendation would be. So with that said, I think that I'd like to ask if there's a motion.
Let's go.
I'll move that we that we recommend appropriating $600,000 of additional funds for this project, for the DPW project, as discussed earlier from the PBC.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded for the board to, I guess, support a warrant article for the town meeting seeking additional appropriation. I'm going to call it authorization to spend an additional $600,000 to complete the DPW project. So it's been moved and seconded. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
So that motion is carried unanimously. So I would ask Mr. Gazinski and Mr. McKay to give us some additional information and some thought for our next meeting on the allocation of where the money would come from, including the overall project as well as this additional funding, because it's important for us to share that with the community, with the Finance Committee, and with the town meeting. So, Mr. Clocko, any other thoughts you would like to share with us?
There is, in the alternative of the town not approving that cost, I would ask that you consider a warrant article for additional funding based on the estimates that Mr. McKay has provided. I just advised you earlier tonight of $535,000 of cost that we estimated for 2 years. Based on a 1-year approval, it would be half of that amount, $268,000 of additional operating costs. In the alternative that additional $600,000 funding was not approved.
Okay. This is a similar approach we took when we went to the town with the project in the first place, so that the town would know what the alternative is in the short run. Because the do nothing, I think, we would agree is not, well, the do nothing is not do nothing.
Correct.
Thoughts from my colleagues on the board?
I would agree with that approach.
I likewise. I think it was discussed earlier, clarified in terms of the need for trailers and other equipment for the protection of the employees, and that's the most important thing associated in my mind for this project. So.
Okay. All right, so what I'd like to do on that is just, if we could just pen that for a few minutes, because for us to do that, we're going to have to reopen the warrant and add an article. There's another conversation that we're about to have, which may also change the warrant. So I'd just like to open it once and close it once. But I think the sense of the board is that we would like to see a warrant article with the appropriation of the 1-year rental solution. So I think we can do that, but let's do it in a way where we consider the other thing as well. So let me go then to article item 20-214, which is 2 other warrant articles. One is the sewer bylaw proposal, and the other is the zoning bylaw proposal. We have a placeholder tonight that we put on the warrant for the sewer bylaw. Part of that was we wanted to leave our options open. From my perspective, given the time frame and our effort to try to develop a more comprehensive approach, I think trying to cobble together a sewer bylaw for the November town meeting is not a good idea. I think we should work on that. It's a big issue. It's an important policy issue. We should work on it over the next months so that we can have a solid proposal prepared for a town meeting in the spring. We may, as a board, have to take some steps around a policy for new hookups in the meantime. But a zoning bylaw, which is going to have an impact on not only current users, but other folks who may be abutting sewer and water lines, I think is something that needs further review. And I'm not trying to kick the can down the road, but I am trying to figure out what it is that we can meaningfully propose in the next couple of weeks and adequately educate the public so that they can make an informed decision at town meeting. So my view is that I think we should defer this to the spring. But I want to have the conversation tonight so we can decide what we're going to do.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jermaine.
I do know that in the spring, we agreed to defer this until the fall town meeting.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we haven't had an opportunity to deal with it. I guess it's fair to say that the circumstances surrounding COVID, among other things, have made it very difficult. I am concerned there are things we can do in the interim, which we as a town may choose to do. I don't like the idea of kicking the can down the road much further, but I also, even if we could put the concept of a bylaw together, I don't believe there is enough time, as you so appropriately mentioned, to have reasonable discussion within the community so that there can be a thorough understanding of why we're doing it, what we're doing, and what the implications are throughout the community for having done it. So I will agree to defer it. That doesn't mean I like the fact that we're doing so, and I hope we can all understand that. I don't like the idea that we agreed to do something and have now had to defer it, but I also understand the circumstances. So I guess I will go along with what you're saying, but I would ask that we make every effort from this point forward to resolve the issue of the bylaw and to get community involvement so that there is no misunderstanding of why we're doing it and what we're proposing, and to get their input so that we can decide the final character of that bylaw.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Erin, your thoughts?
I agree. I was moderator before then, so I remember pushing this out as part of the warrant. It is really important, and it does sound, from some of the discussions we've had up to this point, a bit complicated. So I do agree that this kind of a bylaw should not be rushed through. I agree with some of the suggestions that Pete offered for, town involvement, fully vetting this out for the spring. And I would agree that it would be extremely important for us to make sure we have this ready for the spring. But at this time, I'd rather put it off another town meeting than push through something that isn't ideal.
Okay. All right, I think I would agree as well. This is not something that I relish doing at this point in time. And really, the notion that we can develop something is up to us. I mean, it was up to us between the June meeting and now, and we haven't done it. So we are accountable and responsible. I would also like to take this opportunity to ask if there's perhaps another individual out there in our community or two or whatever who would be willing to step forward and help us get our enterprise committee up and running. We are, at this point, probably one short. I don't want to appoint the committee until we have a full slate, but if anyone out there is passionate or interested or whatever in dealing with these important infrastructure issues, I'd urge them to come forward and volunteer for the role. All right, so I'll come back to this because, again, I want to open the warrant once and then close it once. The next item is the zoning bylaw proposal, which is really about extending an overlay district in a section of town. We've received some information from planning board about proposed map and also proposed language, as well as some description of what the proposal would be. My understanding is this is an issue that is actively under consideration by the planning board, and in general, I'm not trying to put words in their mouth, but I mean, I think that they're generally of the view that this zoning bylaw is timely, that there is potential economic activity that might result from it. So deferring and delaying consideration of this to the spring would not be something that they would like to see. I know we're trying to manage the warrant length, but I believe that at this point we may be better serving the town to keep the zoning bylaw on the warrant, knowing full well that it could lead to discussion and whatnot, but there does seem to be some time sensitivity on this one. So I don't know how the other members of the board feel. I know we're trying to make this as streamlined as possible, but we do have to conduct the town's business as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would agree with you. I think it's important that we get this on this agenda for this town meeting. I think it's also important to clarify exactly what it is and how it relates to what exists versus what's being proposed, so we all have a better understanding of what it means to have an overlay district. So from that perspective, I think, yes, that we'd move forward, put it on the agenda, and I, for one, would like to make sure that we get a good clarification of what this is.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Kaczynski.
If I may, just to offer that I know Robert Weiss, our planning director, as well as several members of the planning board are on the Zoom call. I don't know if there's any questions you want to pose this evening, or you're looking for additional information for your meeting on the 5th, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware that there are folks on the line that might have some answers to any questions that the board has currently.
Well, yes, so if there's someone, I'd like you to address specifically the time sensitivity of this, if there's someone there, because we may want to devote a little bit more time to the meeting on the 5th perhaps, to talk about the merits, but at this point, we really are trying to determine whether or not we want this article on the warrant. It's not really the merits, it's whether or not it's important for the town to consider this over the next 6 weeks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Richard Nichols, Chairman of the Planning Board. So we were approached by somebody who represents entities in the town that said that they were interested in developing these areas, and there were other potential investors that are interested in in the area also. So with the economic conditions, we thought that it would be prudent to try to move forward with this. The best way to explain it was it's an overlay district, which I would defer to Nicole Riley because she was the one that actually wrote the specific language, but it doesn't change the underlying zoning. It just adds on to it. So if you wanted some clarification on that, Nicole could explain it much clearer and succinctly than a carpenter.
I don't know about that, but maybe. From what you're saying is that there is an issue here about the time sensitivity of the proposal, and if we delay it, we might lose an opportunity.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Nicole.
We currently have
I want to listen to lawyers too, not just carpenters.
We currently have 2 different parcels in this district that are of interest to property owners / developers that have ideas in place that they would like to move forward with. One being the Bada Bings, over in the Bada Bings area, and the other being the property that has been for sale for over a dozen years at the corner of Hammond Lane and Main Street. But what the 2 different potential owners are looking to do with these 2 properties would require the MCEOD overlay, which I could, if you would like, I can give you a fairly succinct overview of it.
That'd be great, thank you.
The property that would be, this would create a new overlay district, and it would apply only to the commercial properties that are currently located within Pleasant Street, Farm Street, Hammond Lane, 109, that section. That's an entire separate commercial district. We would take the current MCEOD, which is called an overlay district because we literally are taking that zoning district and laying it on top of the current commercial district. Nothing under the commercial district would change. Anybody that owns a property within that commercial, that is commercially zoned, maintains the right and ability to access every use available, whether by right or by special permit, that is allowed under commercial zoning. What it does is provide additional options of the mixed-use development, specifically allowing for property that is commercial, office space, and residential, to have those options by special permit within that commercial zone. It does not mandate any of those owners change their underlying zoning or utilize those options. It's just an added opportunity for those property owners to seek additional uses that the town has determined that we are of interest in, specifically having a village-like feel to the downtown area, specifically providing for housing opportunities for that aren't available in the vast majority of the town, other than opportunities other than single-family residences. It provides apartment, smaller condo units, just to increase our availability of some sort of affordable housing, not necessarily 40B, but more affordable than your standard center entrance colonial single-family homes that are the vast majority of our town.
Great, okay. Has the planning board actually voted on this yet?
No, the process is, we voted to send the article to you. Okay. The Board of Selectmen, the Select Board would vote to whether or not to send it back to the planning board to hold a public hearing. And then based upon the results of the public hearing, we would vote whether or not to recommend to the Board of Selectmen whether we approve or agree or disagree with the article.
Okay.
So what we would be looking from the board of Selectmen right now is your approval for us to go forward with a public hearing.
Okay.
And I will also add that in my time on the planning board, I know that there have been at least 2 potential owners to this Hammond Lane Main Street property that has fallen through. And this is a great piece of property, right up front on 109, but has access to it has street access off of 109. And if it's something that could be developed in some sort of mixed use availability would be beneficial to the town. But we don't know if the property owner is willing, or the potential owner is willing to wait around for another 6 or 7 months to see if it passes in the spring.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's not like we're guaranteeing anything, but at least we provide the opportunity. All right, anybody else have anything they would like to add? Because I think there's 2 things here then. One is we'll have to decide on keeping it on the warrant, and the other is the vote to send it back to the planning board asking for the recommendation.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Logistically, are we going to have enough time for that even? Is that something that would be expedited that fast? Because it sounds like there's a lot of steps now in between us saying tonight that we would support it to the public hearing to everything else.
Could I weigh in on that?
Yes,
we'd have to go ahead and post a meeting. We'd have a special meeting for the planning board, which would then push that through. So that'd be a little over 2 weeks. We'd be able to get that back if we went through and voted on it.
So would we have to wait for that to know if we would put that on the warrant? So then we'd reopen the warrant later, or would we reopen the warrant now and put it in there as a placeholder?
I think we need to put it on the warrant now.
Okay.
Just because, as you know, just because a warrant article goes on there doesn't mean that we have to, either the finance committee or the planning board has to support it.
Right.
It's just that we're, as you know, we're dealing with like printing deadlines and whatnot.
Yep.
So, I think that there is, if we get it on the warrant, there's time for us to consider it. The planning board to consider it through a hearing and then, go forward. And if for some reason we end up opposing it, then we just have to oppose it on town meeting floor. I think that's the.
Thank you.
So I would ask if there's a member of the board to be willing to make a motion to approve this proposal and send it back to the planning board for its consideration.
I'll move that we,
I'm not sure approve is the right term.
I'll move that we recommend this proposal for review by the planning board to have them then have a public meeting on this.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for the select board to recommend to the planning board that they go forward with the proposal, holding their public hearing, and then we'll hear back from them when the hearing is complete and they take a vote. So I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Well, motion is carried unanimously. Okay, the next thing I'd like to do, just to circle back here to complete the warrant work, I'd like to ask that, or I would make a motion that the board reopen the warrant for the fall town meeting.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to reopen the warrant. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill, yeah. Oh.
Thank you. Yes.
Moving right along. I will now ask the vice chair to take over. So that motion is carried. The warrant is open. And the first order of business that would be to the DPW building project is already on the warrant. We would be asking to add a warrant article to cover leasing costs for temporary buildings on the DPW site.
Erin, do you want to?
I was just going to ask that actually, if we were going to do that. Yes. I move that, do I have to just make the motion or do I have to give language for the warrant article?
I think we'll just make the motion and ask the town administrator to provide us with the language.
Okay. I move that we place the additional article in relation to the DPW building project to fund temporary trailer rental space, I guess, right? That's about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess in the event that the project does not move forward or something, it's contingent.
I didn't know if we could say that part, but okay. In the event the original article doesn't move forward.
All right, well, we'll figure out the wording from the town.
I'll second that, but I have a comment.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll ask for discussion by the board. Mr. Germain?
Do we want to include in this the concept that, we know that it's going to cost us I'm going to round it to $550,000. I don't want to be going into, is it going to be a $10,000 more or less situation? So if it's 550, it's 275,000 for the year. Do we want to identify in the article that we're requesting, that it would request $275,000 for that, the first year for the rentals?
I think that's fine. Yeah, why don't we do that? Because we have to have a number.
And I just assume it'd be high.
Yeah, the question I have, though, then would be if, in fact, we're committing to a 2-year lease.
That's what it is.
Oh.
Then we have to put in the higher number, I think.
Then let's put in $550,000, of which we'll split it for each year at $275 a year.
Yeah, Mr. Kaczynski, does that make sense to you as well?
Yeah, I would have to, we'd probably ask to town meeting to authorize the entering in of a lease for 2 years with a total amount of $550, but an appropriation of $275. I'll confirm that with town council, but I believe that would be the path that we would take.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to include that article in the fall town meeting warrant. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
All right, the motion is carried unanimously. Well, that article will be added to the warrant. So to summarize, by reopening the warrant, we have agreed that we're going to leave in the warrant article with respect to the DPW project for additional appropriation for the project as designed. We'll add a warrant article for a temporary lease in the event that project article above immediately preceding project article doesn't pass. We will eliminate the sewer bylaw article, and we will retain the zoning bylaw change article. So
Sorry, Mr. McCaffrey, do you need to officially vote that you're removing the sewer bylaw article?
I think we voted it already, but I'll vote it again. Yeah, you're right. We talked about it. Voted.
You talked about it, you didn't vote it, right?
Right, we didn't vote it.
So do we have to vote each one?
Yes.
Well, 2 of them are already in there.
You're right.
Oh.
You just need to vote to remove the sewer, because that's already on.
Remove the sewer, we're gonna have to vote to remove it with the warrant open.
Okay, I see.
I'm paying attention.
Aaron, do you want to move it?
Well, we already have a motion on the table for the first thing. Are we going, we're going to do that first, right?
Well, yes.
I have the additional article for the DPW project funding. I was looking for a motion to remove the sewer bylaw, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
I move that we remove the sewer bylaw change from the fall town meeting warrant.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to remove the proposed sewer bylaw change from the warrant. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I think with respect to keeping the funding for the DPW, do we want to put in there that we're talking approximately I'll call it 600,000. I don't know that we have a number in there yet. I don't recall that specific on the article.
We do not, but I mean, what we're asking them is to give us the number, right? I don't have a problem with voting the number tonight if that's what you want to do.
That's what I would like to do is,
okay.
I believe they said 600, but we'll find out from Mr.
600 is, I believe 600,000 is correct, and the board had determined to decide on where those funds were coming from at your next meeting on October 5th.
Correct.
So we have the number already. We just don't know where it's coming from yet. Okay. All right. So what I'd like to do now is, pardon me? You okay?
We're good.
Yep. I would like to ask the board to close the warrant. So I make a motion that the board close the warrant for the fall town meeting.
Second.
We're moved and seconded to close the warrant. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
That motion is carried unanimously, so the warrant is closed. And in summary, the DPW article for the main project is retained with a $600,000 number. We've added a warrant article for a fallback position for leasing buildings. We've removed the sewer bylaw proposal, and we've retained the zoning bylaw proposal. So that should leave us with, I guess, the same number of warrant articles, just a little change.
Still 9, yep, still 9 articles.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, if you might indulge me, if you'd like, I'd like to take just a minute or two just to touch upon a few updates on the other items on the warrant. Not for any change or action this evening, but just for updates. And the first one, just to let you know, Article 1 is prior year bills. We're still working on finalizing the list of prior year bills, and we'll have that available later this week for the board. Article 2, which is the article to transfer funds within fiscal year 21 in the operational budget. I know the finance director this afternoon completed an updated chart outlining some information about the costs associated with restoring the hours in the Veterans Memorial Building and the funds to the library and to the school department. And I don't know if you wanted to take a couple minutes just to have the finance director discuss that a little bit this evening.
Sure. Why don't we do that?
Carol, did you want to talk a little bit about the numbers on that spreadsheet that you provided to the board? She's probably on mute.
Oh, she might be. Hold on a minute. Carol?
Actually, Mr. Chair, we can come back to that if you want.
Oh, there she is.
okay.
There she is.
Okay.
Carol, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. We hear you now.
Okay. So earlier this evening, I emailed out a spreadsheet to the select board, and on that it has the breakout of, in order to restore the hours that were cut in the 5% reduction at town meeting. As the town administrator had suggested, it restores everyone through December 1st, starting with December 1st, 2020. The total of that amount would be $257,615 that needs to be added to the budget. In adding those hours back, it puts everybody back to whole, with the exception of the town council. We did not bring that department back. We left them at the reduction that they currently had. But everyone else's salary would be restored to 100% as of December 1st. The hours worked would be restored to 100%. We feel that we can do that based on our projected revenue increases for FY21. I think I'll remember last week I mentioned that the state aid is coming through at the FY 2020 level funded amount. That will increase the amount of revenue to the town from what the town meeting adopted at the 5% reduction. It will increase it by $237,083. We have pretty good indication that our new growth is going to come in at $100,000 more than what is currently in the budget, as well as we received the first quarter payment for the marijuana 3% local options tax, which is not included in the budget numbers, so that's an additional $70,058. With the new increase in new homes in Millis that have been purchased, with each new home comes at least 1 or 2 cars, which would increase our motor vehicle excise tax. I'm projecting a slight increase of $50,000 on that. More than likely, it would increase more than that based on the level of the sales that have gone through this year.
So the projected revenue increase is $457,141. As I mentioned, the expense increase would be to restore reductions as of December 1st of $257,615. The balance between the revenue and expense increases, subtracting the expenses from the additional revenues, would make it $199,525 that would still be available with these, just in these increase in revenue growth of the ones I just described. Just for a point of interest, the real estate taxes for quarter one have been collected at 99%. Last week I had mentioned that the year over year, so FY 2021, the real estate and CPA for quarter one was invoiced at $6,484,900. For FY 2020, real estate CPA quarter one were invoiced at $5,587,209. So that's an increase of revenues of $897,691. Of that increase, we've actually collected $841,000 so far this year. Our motor vehicle collections are for calendar year. That's how the motor vehicles are done. Calendar year 2019, the collection rate is 91%. For 2020, the collection rate is at 94%. The invoice amount year over year is 2020 so far. Motor vehicle, we've invoiced $1,250,865, and the same period of time last year for 2019, we'd invoiced $1,316,179. Right now, there's a variance of $65,000 less than what we had invoiced out for 2019, but the billing information comes from the Registry of Motor Vehicles, and there are approximately 3 to 4 more commitments to be billed for calendar year 2020 that we haven't received from the registry as of today due to the backlog. So I think based on the information as I see it, I feel confident that with the increase in revenues that we should be able to restore the reduction in services as of December 1st. I certainly, in the spreadsheet that I gave you, I also gave you what it would be to restore the hours as of January 1st, 2021, and the variance on that is $37,000. So that would, as of January 1st, 2021, to restore the hours, it would be $220,813. So, does anyone have any questions or?
Let me just weigh in for a second. This is important news, of course, and we want to share not only with ourselves, but with our colleagues at the FinCom and the school committee. I think what we're looking at here is turning this into a, I don't mean a lot more detail, but some more information about exactly where this is going to go, in which department, et cetera, et cetera. From a budgetary point of view, obviously the departments that were cut back are going to gain more from this than those that were not cut back. If the board's policy is to try to restore the level of service, then we're going to look primarily at the outset anyway with those areas of service that were reduced. So
right, and that's the information that I sent to the select board. It was only areas that were impacted by the 5% reduction. Okay. There was nothing to restore any other department or add additional monies to any other department. This was just to make all of the departments whole as of December 1st.
Okay. Other comments, questions from the board members?
I think this is great news. I think it would be great to, it sounds like a safe bet given all the numbers presented to us and the projections. I personally would be in favor of restoring things as quickly as made sense.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Jermaine?
I think it's an excellent analysis that Carol has done. It gives me at least a good understanding of where we stand financially. It also tells us that we in fact are better off. But more important, if I combine this with what we just heard about free cash and the other information earlier, it tells us that at least at this stage, the town is in decent shape proceeding into the next year, calendar year, if you will, and can close out, we'll be able to close out this fiscal year as things are progressing in a very reasonable manner, which is encouraging. It's certainly a lot more encouraging than I thought it would be earlier this year when we were implementing the cuts. So this does look good. I don't for a moment think that, I don't want everybody to think it's this totally rosy picture for the future based on what I'm hearing coming out of the state. I don't know what the next year is going to be, but so be it. At least for this year, it looks like we could move forward, whether it's December 1st or January 1st, and still do well financially and be able to meet some additional commitments if we choose to as the year progresses.
Okay. I don't think at this point there's any action we need to take. What we expect to see is a definite proposal with numbers, etc., in terms of the warrant article itself for sharing not only with us, but with, again, our colleagues in the school department and the FinCom. Certainly want to have this reasonably well thought through for presentation no later than the October 7th Tri-Board meeting. And I'm sure that the Finance Committee will want to hear a little bit about this on Wednesday. So thank you very much, Carol, and your team for putting this together, because I do think it helps us. Really, we're taking a pulse here, and I think this is very timely. This was the year we needed to stay on top of things, and it is the year we needed to stay on top of things, not just every 6 months, but literally month to month, and I think that's what we're doing, so that's good. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just to quickly finish up the warrant.
Yeah.
Article 3 is the capital article.
Yeah.
And again, what's in your draft is simply a sample of the items currently being reviewed by the Capital Planning Committee and ranked. The Capital Planning Committee's meeting tomorrow night, hopefully to finish their work for the fall town meeting. So later this week, we'll have their recommendations for the board to submit. I think we already covered Article 4, which is the DPW building project, as well as the new Article 5, the lease of the office trailers. The next article is the wage and salary study of municipal positions at the Veterans Memorial Building in relation to the SEIU. Again, we can talk about the right now we have a placeholder of $20,000 in there. We can certainly talk about that more going into your meeting next week to determine a more refined cost to that. The next article, and I'm not reading article numbers because I don't want the people confused now because the article numbers have switched. The next article is an item for the board's consideration on tree trimming and removal. And again, there's just a placeholder of $60,000 in there. Again, it's another item for the board to discuss as far as what is realistic and appropriate at this time to fund that item at. No other updates on the next article. That is a carry forward from the spring, that article. This is the article to amend Article 1, Section 1 of the town's general bylaws, changing the date of the annual town meeting to the first Monday in May. And there's no change to that from the last your last meeting. And then the next article, the last article, is the one submitted by the planning board for the new zoning bylaw. So right now, that's how the warrant looks. It'll be much more refined later this week and ready for the board's signature by your meeting on next Monday. And at that point, I'd be asking for the board to make any final decisions in regards to the language of the article and for the board to sign the warrant. And hopefully, any remaining questions we'll be able to answer by then.
Okay, great. I will make the general comment and then ask my colleagues if they have anything else they'd like to say. The articles on the wage salary study and tree removal, I'd like to take a really close look at those. I want to be sure that that's an appropriate amount. I have concerns that we haven't really refined this enough. I also understand from the meeting earlier today, for example, in the area of the tree trimming, that we've got some unexpected help from our friends at Eversource. So I want to make sure that these numbers are numbers that are affordable, as well as that make sense for expenditure in the fall. I don't want to, just because we have some, good numbers coming out, that we should necessarily, we need to continue to look at each expenditure carefully. So I don't know if my other colleagues have any other thing they'd like to add at this point on the warrant.
Not at this time.
Nothing to add.
Okay. All right, I'd like to move to the next item on our agenda, which is the abatement hearing policy. The board, operating as the governing body for the enterprise funds and also legally as the water and sewer commissioners, we have a policy that we have been following for quite a number of years regarding requests for abatements on invoices sent out for the 3 enterprise bills. That policy has been consistent and has been applied pretty consistently across the board. It's not always something that is easy to comply with, but it is something that we have followed as a regular process. And we recognize the right of any ratepayer to seek an abatement for the bill that they've been charged, and they certainly have the right to appeal that to the administration through the DPW director and the treasurer. And then if they're not satisfied with the outcome, they have the right to apply to the select board as, again, the water sewer commissioners. The policy that we've been following for a number of years, as long as I can remember, which is a stated policy that's clear on the bills, is that in order for a ratepayer to be eligible to apply for an abatement, the bill that has been sent out must be paid first. And then the issue can be litigated, and if in the event that an abatement request is granted, then there's an adjustment in the bill, or it could be a refund. So the question I have for the board tonight, it's not purely academic because it does come up periodically, is whether we want to continue with this policy, adjust it somehow. If we want to adjust it, how might we adjust it? So that's really the matter for consideration this evening. Now, we've received information from the town administrator, from the treasurer collector, and I'd like to give them the opportunity this evening, if either one of them would like to speak to this, as well as the DPW director, as to whether or not this is a policy that they believe we should either continue or modify or somehow take another look at. So, Mr. Gazinski, I'll let you start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the board is aware, we've had several instances where people that were applying for abatements before the board have had concerns or issues and have had hardships with trying to pay their bill prior to coming before the board to request the abatement. They have requested in the past a waiver of that policy, and I think the board's been fairly firm in the past that policy would not be waived. However, we've had some internal discussions and have thought that maybe it's appropriate for the board to reconsider this, certainly for certain situations. And I would defer to the town treasurer and the DPW director on this matter at this point. They've had, I think, a longer experience here in seeing the different abatements that have come forward and the different situations that the town has had to deal with. And we feel that it might be appropriate at this time for the board to at least consider their current policy and whether or not some adjustments might be made.
So, Jennifer Scannell, Treasurer Collector. In my 7 years that I've been here, there have been several abatements that residents have applied for. And as Chair McCaffrey stated, the policy is to pay the bill in full before filing the application to be heard before the board. And I think for the most part that policy has worked well. Residents have complied with the current policy. There's been one special circumstance that I can remember where there was a special circumstance made where the individual did not have to pay the bill in full in order to go before the board because it was a financial hardship. And I think we're here tonight because this bill in question is such a large amount that it is a financial hardship on the resident to pay it in order to come before the board. So I don't necessarily know that the policy needs to be revised or altered, but maybe in special circumstances, we make an exception and request, and this is just my thought, I'm throwing it out there, that a payment on the current contested bill be made at least equal to the prior billed amount. So if their normal quarterly bill was $3,000, and this bill in question was above that, they would have to make a payment at least in at least the $3,000 prior to whatever the prior bill was. So that's my thought, but maybe it's just a special circumstance, case-by-case basis, or we make a decision to alter the policy altogether and make that the required policy going forward. But I do think it's one-off where you get these special circumstances where it does become a financial hardship, in that residents do want their right to come before the board and present their cases. So by at least putting some type of payment on the resident in order to come before the board, it puts some onus on the resident. That's my thoughts. Jim, if you want to add anything.
So I agree with both what Mike said and Jen said. What I cannot find where this is written. I've been looking and searching for it. I don't know if it's a bylaw. I don't know if it's I have all the, looking through it right now. I can't see where this policy is written down.
Yeah, but what voted on at a meeting back in 2009 by the select board.
So I've got to have it in this book here that, so we can research that to see if, and I'm quite sure you can probably just adopt and vote and change it without going to any type of town meeting or anything like that as the Water and Sewer Commissioners. We've worked through this process. It's worked out very well for the past, 3 or 4 years, with meeting. This is just one that, it's a decision that the board, where it is such a hefty bill, and for them to come up with such a large amount, but it's just, if we're going to do it here, we're going to have to,
do it to the next person. And I just want to be consistent on, what we tell the next person coming down the line.
Thank you. Anything further, Mike, that you'd like to add, or let the board have a conversation?
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that, we've had to have a few difficult situations over the past couple of years with a few of these issues and a few of these abatement requests. And I think there's a general feeling that there may be a need to have some tweaking of the board's policy to account for some of these special circumstances. So that's really it, and really it's really just something for the board to decide on what you think is most appropriate as the water and sewer commissioners.
Okay, well, let me just give a few thoughts. I mean, first of all, we certainly are trying to be responsive to residents who face a hardship. That's important to us. The countervailing interest, of course, is to protect the system, because what is happening is we have an obligation to all ratepayers to make sure that those who use the water or the sewer are paying their fair share of it. My experience until now is not that the water or sewer wasn't used. It was used. When the water was used, it may have been a leak, it may have been some other thing, or a leaking toilet or whatever, but the system did provide the water to the customer. So if we do decide to revise the policy, I think we need to make it clear to folks that they still haven't going to have an obligation to pay. And if we're going to allow a policy where they pay less than the full amount, I personally do not favor a policy where they pay nothing. That we commit ourselves to a more rapid turnaround, perhaps, on the applications. That the board needs to make itself available for these abatement hearings so it doesn't linger. Now, maybe that's not a big problem, but we all know as members of the board, there's a lot of scheduling issues that go on. We're trying to do as much as we can, and, there's a lot of things on each agenda. So I'd be willing to consider, I don't feel comfortable as a board member that a one-off, when you have to come in and show a real hardship, is a good policy. I think we should have a policy that says, look, if you have a hardship, you have to document it. But if you're going to seek an abatement from the select board or the water and sewer commissioner in this instance, you're going to have to pay either half the bill or pay your prior quarter or pay the base rate for all of the water or sewer that you utilize, something of that nature. Because I want people to realize that they do have an obligation, continue to realize they have an obligation to pay the system for the water and sewer that they use. So I'll ask my colleagues for their thoughts. Mr. Germain?
Mr. Chairman, as I listen to this, and I don't know the specifics, but in general, I don't think any policy should be so rigid that the resident can't be considered based on special circumstances. But I also recognize there has to be a standardization in the process for how the policies are formulated. To that end, it sounds to me like what Ms. Cannell was pointing out, which is they at least have to pay the prior quarter's amount, which is what they've been paying in the past, presumably, to bring it in front of the board with the recognition that the board or whomever the decision makers are may not agree on anything other than you have to pay whatever it is that's owed. I don't want to get into that part of it, but the reality is, and I don't know how much we're talking about in the case that's causing this, but if somebody had a leak, let's say, in their water system that they were unaware of, and say it went from $200 to $1,500, I certainly think that there's a reasonable expectation that, fine, if I pay the $200 and seek an abatement and at least a hearing on what's happened, that that is not an unreasonable request. So I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, it can open Pandora's box, and if we have to, we can revisit it in the future. But I would prefer to see the opportunity that if we look at it and somebody brings it to the attention of people like our treasurer and town administrator or even DPW and say, look, this thing is way out of whack. And they look at it and the town administrator comes back and says, I agree, I don't know if it's good or bad, if it's right or not, but as long as you pay that prior quarter's amount, then yeah, let's come on in and let's have our hearing on it. I don't have a problem with that, but that's my view.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
How often does this happen? I'm understanding that the catalyst for this discussion tonight is an extraordinary bill that somebody had some kind of a crazy issue and received. But granted I'm the new one, how often do abatements need to come before the board?
I would say in my time that I've been here, it's usually 1 to 2 a year. It's not that many.
Agreed.
I was going to say, it's 1 or 2.
Not that yeah.
And it's usually not small amounts, or they wouldn't bother.
Right. And then if the policy were to change and somebody would need to pay the amount from their last quarter in order to get the hearing, and then maybe at the hearing it's determined that they owe the full amount of money. If they don't pay that, is that when there's liens applied to the property?
Not necessarily liens, but the resident needs to know that depending on the timing of the hearing and when the bill is due and when the adjustment is made, penalties and interest will accrue, and they will have to pay those interest and fees. They will abate, whatever the judgment is that night based on the principal, but they would still be responsible for interest and fees. And the only thing I would add is with my suggested policy is that not only the prior bill be paid, but their account in total must be current, obviously. If they have any delinquent bills, those need to be paid as well.
I mean, that sounds reasonable, and I mean, I would think that since when these issues do come up, that it is an extraordinary amount of money usually, or else that somebody wouldn't typically bother, that it could be a hardship for a lot of people to have to pay that up front. I'm slightly torn on this just because it's not like it happens that often, but if in fact when it does happen it's a lot, then I'd be in favor of some kind of a change.
Okay, so it seems as though there's some appetite on the board to adapt the policy a bit. Again, the first avenue for ratepayers is not to come directly to the board. I mean, they go through the ordinary procedures. Sometimes it's just, clerical questions, or something's off with a meter or whatever. So there could be, there are people who come in and ask about their bill that never make it to the select board. The ones that get to the select board are the ones that our folks in the administration don't have the authority to waive it, so it has to come to us. I guess I understand the position. I feel as though there needs to be some trigger. I am concerned that, if you get too lenient, then folks will come up and we'll have too many of these. I mean, and maybe, Mr. Germain, you were kind of on the target. I'm thinking is, if your bill for a quarter exceeds the prior quarter by X %, it's way off. Then, if you pay, as was suggested by the treasurer collector that you pay the prior quarter, then at least we got a trigger. What I don't want to do is have somebody go over by, $100 and think, oh, wait a minute, what happened? I didn't turn off. Literally, this is leaks and leaking toilets and leaks in the water main. That's what this is all about. The point may well be taken that if I have a leak somewhere in the pipe running into my residence, I never know until I get the next bill and find that the water was just pouring out. And so, on the other hand, there are folks that are, well, I don't want to go into, there are other situations where clearly the individual was informed about the problem, they didn't bother to deal with the meter issue. If you're going to get an abatement, no matter what the threshold is, you're going to have a good reason for it. And if you basically had no way of knowing, it's a big hardship. You've done everything you can, as Jen indicated. You've paid your bills all the way up till now, and perhaps we ought to be able to take a look at that. And again, all this is letting somebody come to the board. It doesn't guarantee they're going to get the abatement. So, is there any appetite for some sort of threshold? In other words, if your bill, the next bill is some percentage higher than the prior one, then you have the right to get an abatement hearing as long as you pay an amount equal to the prior quarter.
That sounds reasonable.
Maybe it's a little convoluted, but I like that threshold.
May I ask a question at this point before I chime in? Jennifer, what is the typical bill per quarter that we're talking about? And I know they vary all over, but I'm not on sewer or water or anything, so I don't know.
The typical bill, I would say, a household for a family of 4 uses about 12,000 to 15,000 gallons a quarter, roughly about $240 a quarter. Without getting into this current situation, and this is really a unique situation, and the bill it's extremely high. But your typical bill is probably $250 a quarter, depending on who's in the household. It's obviously a little bit more now because of COVID, and families are now home and using more water.
So I guess in line, Mr. Chairman, with what you were suggesting, I would look at it and say if they're somewhere between 80 or say 100%, if their bill is twice what it was or normally was, that to me is a threshold. That's not what I consider a normal increment. 5, 10, 20%, you want to argue, go ahead and argue it with our folks here. But you get into doubling the cost or above that, I think they at least have the right to come in and talk it over with these folks, and then if it comes up to us, so be it. But that's where I would look at it.
Well, if it's $1 over, they have a right to come and talk to the administrator.
Of course.
If it's $1 less, they can come and talk to them.
Right. I didn't mean it, but they can't, of course. But my point is, if they're doubling, at that point, I think there's no question that we should be able to be open to a discussion.
I'd agree to that. I think, we're just on water, so we don't have sewer, so our bill really isn't very much. But, if I got a bill for $1,000, I might fall over. Just because that is definitely not consistent. So I do think, I agree with Chairman McCaffrey that there should be a benchmark if we are going to allow for an altered payment from what we've been allowing. And for Mr. Jermaine, the doubling, especially given that if we are going to assume, I'll round up, if we're going to assume somebody's regular bill's around $250 a quarter, even $300, doubling that is definitely, significant and would, as you said, would require attention, and allowing them to pay the prior amount if their account is up to date sounds like that would make sense.
just ask the, Jen or Jim, there is seasonal variation here.
Yeah.
So somebody fills the pool and waters the lawn constantly before Jim McKay says you can't do it anymore. My threshold is not going to hold up.
Okay.
I mean, you have to have not just, well, I guess what we're looking for here, and maybe the original comment by the treasurer collector is a better one at this point in time. Look, this is a particularly egregious situation. We can just waive the requirement, hear the abatement, and move on. And maybe it's too, maybe I'm trying to, what I don't want to do is open this up to things that aren't reasonably consistent across the board.
And that's my concern too about what you just mentioned. You know, summer months, obviously the bills are a lot higher than over the winter, and you know, they could often double with the irrigation, with filling of the pools. So you will run into, or you could potentially run into some issues. So, I mean, my thought initially was to just make this a special circumstance, and maybe that's what we do going forward in such, you know, extraordinary circumstances, but keep the policy as it is.
Okay.
I don't know how you identify it as an extraordinary circumstance. I mean, what's extraordinary to one person may not be extraordinary for another, and that's my concern. I want to be even-handed in how it's dealt with.
Well, that's my inclination too. Just as we get into trying to figure out how it would work, it becomes a little bit more cumbersome. And this particular one is, you know, thousands of dollars. You know. And
I'm thinking I read about this situation, in fact.
Yeah, I don't know this one, and so I'm commenting in the blind, but what I can look at is to say, you know, if someone like our treasurer comes to us and says, look, I have a history for the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever, and this is how the variants of the billing have been, they're up to date, and then suddenly one jumps out at twice, 3 times, 4 times, 8 times, 10 times as much. Obviously, something strange has happened. And I don't see that as an unreasonable way of raising a flag and saying, okay, I'm coming, it's appropriate to bring it up to us or whatever. So that's why, I don't know what that number should be, Jennifer, that's all.
The only thing I would add is the bill in question is 7 times the amount of their normal bill.
Right.
It really is extraordinary.
Sure.
You know, but my other thought is if you do change the policy, it does open it up for more residents, you know, to file for an abatement in situations where they normally might not have.
On the other hand, as was pointed out, anyone who's up to date can file for an abatement. The concern I have is with the present policy, it says they have to pay the existing bill. That's the problem I'm having. And to ask somebody to pay 7 times the amount that they would normally pay is extraordinary in and of itself. So, you know, it's a very difficult issue from my perspective. That's why I say to you, if you're looking at somebody who, sure, in the spring fills a swimming pool so their bill is 2 or 3 times the normal amount, that's one thing. And you see that year over year, and they come to you the next spring and say, hey, how come my bill's so high? You're going to look at it and say, hey, guess why? But if somebody is doing something on a standard basis and you see a track and then suddenly see a spike for one time, to ask them to pay, let's say, $1,500 or $2,000 because it's X amount higher than it was, just seems that it's not rational.
So, Mr. Chair, just quickly, so as this and any other case, when it gets to this point, when someone is coming to the board, myself, Jen, and the town administrator have already come to a decision on what our recommendation is to you, to the board.
And it's up to us to prove to you that what our recommendation is and what it's going to be. So I think what we're looking for is that it's, you know, we already know what we're going to recommend, you know, and prove to you on this case as we do in every other case. So it's just what I think we're asking you, how is it going to get to you with this amount? Do you make them pay half of it? You know, we've already worked out a plan with these people that they've already agreed that they will pay, you know, what they've used, as you stated earlier, in the lower amount. And other cases, we've got to a point where they were just told, no, you pay the full amount, and then you go to the board for the hearing. And you know, so again, we know where we are with it, and we know where we are with every hearing that's coming in front of you.
Well, then, I mean, the bottom line there would be that the administration, the DPW director, the treasurer collector, et cetera, has come to the board with a recommendation. And the question is, can you come, because they didn't pay yet, or are we going to make them pay before you come?
That's the issue.
And so, you know, I think I had some thoughts coming into it. I think this has been a great discussion because it shows some of the pitfalls of trying to be too cute and too precise. I think that we might be better off at the end of the day with just discretion here, that this case becomes so far out of the norm that that we ought to allow this one to proceed in a way that you recommend, you know, have paid a portion of the bill and then come forward to the board for abatement on the rest. I'm willing to do that in this case because it is a very egregious case. What I don't want to do, of course, is to say that everybody who feels as though they're missing, you know, it's off by $100 is going to come up and get an abatement hearing from the board, because I don't think that's what's going to happen. So the reason I wanted to put this on tonight was really to air this from the point of view of I don't want to just grant it without the board having considered that perhaps the policy needs to be rewritten or revamped. And personally, I'm willing at this point in time to entertain this abatement hearing so we can determine the merits, assuming that our administrators here have reached agreement with the applicant to pay a portion of the bill, a substantial portion of the bill. And then we can decide later on whether or not we want to change the policy.
And that'll give us time to find the policy.
Well, right.
The exact wording. Correct.
We should never write the policy for the egregious situation. And but if one of the members of the board wants to make a motion about policy, I would accept it. I would prefer to hear a motion, or I could make the motion that we allow this abatement to proceed with the recommendation from the treasurer collector and the DPW director.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to look at it and say we break it into two segments. The first is regarding the policy.
Yep.
I know that it's difficult, but hearing what's going on in the back and forth, I'm wondering if, regardless of how the policy states you must have your bill paid up to date, to bring it to the select board after the individuals involved have reviewed it, if the town administrator deems it's worthy of coming to the select board even so, then I think maybe we ought to give the town administrator that latitude. And that's his or her option, having heard everything from these other folks. So that's one piece of it, but that's associated with the policy. I do not want to see us get into the position where somebody has an outstanding, egregious bill, if you will, and somebody's taking a hard line. The policy is, and I'm not going to let you go to the board unless you pay. I just think that would be wrong. So that's why I'm suggesting that it's left to the town administrator, after hearing everything, to make a final decision as to whether he or she wants to bring it to the select board and thinks that this one is outside the norm.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I am glad it came up for discussion. I think if we were going to look into changing the policy, I'd probably want a little more time than doing it tonight. A quick side Google search, I found another town whose application says essentially the same thing. So, you know, I'd be interested to see if it's kind of the norm to require this type of thing. But if we or the town administrator or the treasurer, if there's the ability for somebody, you know, in their professional capacity, us or them, to use their judgment, if there is such an outrageous bill, then I'd say we allow for an exception. So in this case, allow for the exception, whatever they've worked out, but moving forward, maybe research some more if we want.
This case is a separate thing, and I was just going to say that's
Okay.
We'll take a motion on that later.
Well, all right, let's do this then. I think we can agree on this, that we would be willing, based upon the recommendation of the town administrator, the town administrator, the DPW director, and the treasurer collector, to consider this abatement request after they have worked out with the applicant an initial payment, and so we'll determine whether or not we abate the rest of it. It's not really a motion because I don't think we need to do that, but maybe we do. I think personally, I believe at this stage we should hear this abatement request. I think that we've been informed by our administration that they worked with the applicant to come up with an initial payment. That will be enough for that applicant to then come to the board and plead their case.
I'll concur with that.
Okay. So let's do that. Jen, have we done it ever before? I think you said
one special circumstance for a resident to be heard for paying the bill in full.
Oh, right. Yes, I remember that one. Yeah. That was another leaking toilet, right?
Leaky spigot out back.
Okay. All right.
One thing I would say to this motion, I think you should almost I think we should require the resident to pay the prior quarterly bill so that there's no question about what the individual is paying in order to come before the board.
Okay.
Because the amount that I think Jim is talking about that they agreed upon, I think is in their mind the amount that they just want to pay for the bill in total, and that might not necessarily be the case once the abatement is heard from the board.
Okay. Well, why don't we do that? Tell them that they need to pay the prior amount equal to the prior quarter, and then we will consider the abatement.
Yeah.
And I do think it's important for them to realize, at least that from my perspective, is that the water was used. And we have found in other situations that the hardship becomes more pronounced because the volume of water, and the more you use, the higher the rate. So, anyway, I'm not trying to prejudge it. So why don't we let them know? We'll set up a meeting. Hopefully they're willing to make the payment on the prior quarter, so we'll know at least they're in good faith. And then we can see what we want to do with the abatement itself.
And just to add, Sid, I don't know if you could put a timetable on it, but since the bills were due today, can we give the resident to the end of the week to make payment?
Absolutely, yes, I think so.
I concur.
Yes.
So they would not be in arrears, they would have been current. Because it's our schedule that is, made it to come up tonight, not theirs. Okay, so I think that's enough direction. Thank you all. I was moving right along until we got into the middle of this agenda. The next item on the agenda is a recommendation I'm making for a slight change in the language on the Economic Development Committee. I thought that some of the language was redundant, and I thought a couple things. One is the charge of the committee, we say it's a committee of 5 to 7. I don't think that's a good policy. Either it's going to be 5 or it's going to be 7. Not pick your own number. I think 7 is a good number. We've had 7 folks on the committee. They've done an outstanding job. I would like to see us go to the 7. The other change I would like to see us do is focus the attention really on the 3rd paragraph, which is the responsibility for identifying and prioritizing steps that promote the growth of existing business and attract new businesses to Millis. I think the rest of the language just tells the committee what they should look at, and I don't think that's really necessary.
I concur with what that is.
The one thing I'd like to do is ask that when we amend it, we use the word select board rather than board of selectmen.
I see that, yes.
So I would like to make a motion that we accept the amended version of the Economic Development Committee charter with the one change, the use select board. Second. So moved and seconded. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried. So, Karen, can you post that on the website? We might want to inform the committee that we made a slight change in the charge. I think it changes actually nothing that they're doing. Because
Yes.
again, I mean, they're doing great work, and we really appreciate it.
Yes, will do.
The next item on the agenda is the possibility of a shared I have one other thing. The host community agreement, I wanted to make sure everybody understood that last meeting we agreed to the HCA host community agreement with GTE of Millis LLC. Subsequent to our meeting, the principals came into the town hall. They delivered their check for $15,000. They signed the contract, and now it's all signed, sealed, and delivered. And I just wanted to make sure the community was aware of the fact that that initial payment has been received by the town. So thanks to all who worked on it. Thanks to town council. Thank you to our new business that we're welcoming into town. And hopefully, in the words of those of you who watch the movies I do, this will be the beginning of a beautiful relationship.
You have the airport to walk down.
Yes, it's kind of wet. Why it was raining in Morocco, I'll never know. But now we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the possibility of shared IT services with the town of Norfolk. Mr. Gazinski and Mr. Jermaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as the board is aware, and as I'm sure Selectman Jermaine's very aware, we've been working for several years to try to develop, an IT solution for in-house paid IT support. We've, as you know, about a year and a half ago, I lose track of time, we attempted to do so with the town of Southborough. That did not work out. But we've been also looking for opportunities to share an IT director position with another community in the area. Recently contacted the town manager of Norfolk in regards to sharing IT services, possibly by hiring an individual. It just so happens that Norfolk actually already has an IT director full-time, but they are looking to bring on a part-time person to provide additional support. Recently, Selectman Jermaine and I had the opportunity to have a Zoom call with the folks over in Norfolk in regards to this, and we think it might be a very good fit. They are looking at the possibility of sharing a position with us. They're having some discussions internally with their select board and finance committee. They would need to appropriate some funds at their fall town meeting in order to initiate something maybe right after New Year's. We do currently have $25,000 set aside for such a position, so we could, if we were to sign an MOA or intermunicipal agreement with Norfolk, we could move forward with such an arrangement probably as early as January to accomplish that. So I think there's, as the board's aware, there's been a genuine desire to take this step. We've just had a difficult time in trying to fill that position and find a committed person from a part-time perspective, but by sharing a person with Norfolk, we probably will be able to get someone, hopefully on the longer term, to help with our in-house work. So I guess I would defer it from there to Selectman Germain, our acting IT director, as to what he thinks of this possibility and what it may do for us.
Thank you. Right. We had a very good discussion with the town administrator and the director of IT. It looks like it's a beneficial opportunity for both towns. Although they have their computers and servers on site, they're thinking about moving to the cloud. So we bring something to them where we've already done it, and we understand what it takes to make a move like that. Additionally, they're looking for somebody part-time on the order of 40% of the time that they would need, which was great, because in our case, we'd like to have the person for 50% or more if we could do that. So all of it works out very well. We'd have to agree that neither party can just, on the spur of the moment, abandon the relationship, which makes some sense. But there seems to be a very good openness and understanding and willingness, if I read everyone correctly, to move forward with this, in which case neither town has to sustain the full burden of an individual, yet we can each meet our objectives, and we each have the opportunity to learn from the other and to share resources from the other, which is very beneficial on all accounts. Obviously, for me personally, it's an excellent opportunity, if it works out, for me to phase myself out of this work and for you to get a person who really knows what he's doing to make things happen around here. So, at any rate, that's what I'm interested in. It does look positive, and I would hope we'd have the opportunity to pursue it further.
Right, so Mr. Chairman, I think I'm bringing this back here this evening just to make sure that the board continues to have an interest in moving in this direction and would be interested, should the town of Norfolk move forward with this on their end, be interested in negotiating an intermunicipal agreement with them to take this next step.
Could I just ask a question in terms of the selection process for the individual? How would that work? What would be our role in selecting the employee? And I'm looking at a model of, joint services. We have had tremendous success for a number of years, many years, with our animal control officer and sharing the responsibility with Medway. And I would look forward to a similarly long-term, wonderful relationship. But I want to make sure, with Norfolk on this issue, I'd like to make sure that we feel as though through the MOA we'd be able to have the appropriate influence on the hiring and management of the individual.
Yes, I would say that would absolutely be part of those discussions. I know right now we've discussed who might be best as far as the host community. We'd have to choose one of the communities to be the technical employer of this individual. We haven't gotten that far yet. We have discussed in general that aspect of it. We're looking at what makes the most sense between the communities and hoping to have some sense of that within the next week or so. But I would say that either way, regardless of whether Millis is the host community or not, we would certainly have as part of those discussions, equal say as far as who was hired and the outline of what the responsibilities of the position were. So, and, you know, I've worked and I've known Blythe, who's the town manager in Norfolk, for a number of years, and I think we have a good working relationship as far as making sure that this individual would be, you know, their time and services would be properly allocated as part of any agreement with them. So, but the short answer to your question is that is yet to be determined in detail, but it's something that would be, assuming the board still has a great interest in moving forward with this.
Okay. I will also, if I may, add that just talking with Blythe, and I don't remember the director's name, I felt very comfortable in the openness and the way they address things, that if we can proceed with this, it looks like it would be a very positive relationship.
Okay. Aaron, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. All of this sounds great, and if we can work this out, it sounds like it'd be a really good situation for both towns.
So I guess I don't think it's really necessary to take a vote. I think you've got the sense of the board. Let's proceed, and if we find ourselves in a situation where we've got an actual agreement to approve, we can go ahead and do that.
I appreciate that. We will continue on this work and keep the board informed as to its progress, and hopefully within the next month or so be able to come back with an agreement for the board's consideration.
Okay. Appreciate the creative approach. The next item on the agenda is our policies and procedures manual. This is an item that we had discussed at the last meeting, and we had a number of conversations at the meeting about some suggested changes. I know you've worked with all the members of the board to try and incorporate their thoughts in the various items here. So, Mr. Kaczynski, why don't you just quickly outline for us what we've got now, and we can determine as a board whether we want to go ahead and approve this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I did. I'd like to thank each member of the board for taking some time out of the schedule to speak with me in regards to the draft policies. I did go through and made the changes as put forward by each member. I think there may be one or two remaining adjustments as far as changing the term Board of Selectmen to Select Board, that because it does say that a lot of times in this document.
Including the header.
Yes, indeed. So we will go through and do another check and make those changes. And I think we're pretty close to the end product here. Based on that, I would be asking the board to consider approving this evening. I think the one remaining aspect, and I did went back and forth by email with Ms. Underhill in regards to the issue or the concern about how it talks about Monday meetings, which I think Jim, you and I spoke about that briefly as well. A lot of times it does mention first and third Mondays for the board's meetings, where in a lot of situations, and we do have a lot of Monday holidays throughout the year, and oftentimes where we end up trying to skirt around those, and it therefore becomes the second and fourth Mondays of the month.
Yep.
So, we could certainly look at maybe tweaking that language if you'd like. But what I might recommend tonight, if the board is so willing, is to approve the document as currently changed, and then we can work over the next couple of months. I could follow up with the different board members, and we could make maybe some final tweaks to this year's document over the next month or 6 weeks, just to be able to get this document in the books and established. I don't think there's any fatal flaws in this document. There's always room for improvement. But just to kind of get this going, and I can certainly have some discussions with individual members of the board with any ongoing questions or tweaks that might be suggested.
I'd ask my colleague to comment their views.
Mr. Chairman, I'm comfortable with the document as presented and edited at this point. The only reason I brought up the Monday meetings is when we first got together as a new board, we kind of had, I remember a brief discussion. Will Mondays work? Yep, great. Okay, we're going to do Mondays. But if you have another board of people where maybe they want to do Wednesdays, I just didn't know how specific we wanted that piece to be.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, and that's an excellent point. And I think that's why I think the board has to look at this as somewhat of a living document. And that the board, by its practice, should review this document shortly after the annual election to make sure that new board members have the opportunity to convey any thoughts or concerns about the document and be able to propose changes, such as a change of meeting dates or times to the other members of the board. I think that might be able to handle, those types of changes. But I think the board has to be open to making adjustments as needed, as long as it does have the support of the majority of the board to do so.
Well, I would just say the advantage of having a day certain is to also allow the public to have some expectation as to when the board would meet regularly. So I would prefer to leave it as it is for now, knowing full well that yes, if the board wants to move the meetings to Wednesdays or whatever, that certainly has the authority to do that. And there's no reason that the board can't have multiple, more than the regular meetings. But to send the message to the public that they can expect a regular meeting at a regular time, I think is something that has value. I also would like to go ahead and approve it if we can with some tweaks and whatnot, and editorial this and that, because it's a stake in the ground, and we have something to work with now, as opposed to just a blank slate. So I would like to go ahead and approve it. But Mr. Germain, what would you like to do at this point?
I've read through it several times. I happen to agree. I think it represents, for the first time, a codified set of guidelines, and that's the way I look at it. Because they're guidelines, they're living guidelines, but I like the idea that they're there. They give us an idea of what we should be doing, gives the general public an idea, and no, it's not perfect, but nor is the Constitution of the United States, but they can all be amended. And, the point is, we can live with it, and we can start with this, and we can make changes in the future. So I would be very comfortable saying, let's move ahead with what we've got here.
Okay. So if I would also say that as I went through the whole thing, one of the issues that we had discussed several times was release of support material prior to the meeting so that it'd be available to the general public. This is not covered here, so I think one of the first things we want to do, maybe even next week, is to put a provision in saying that we would disclose the information, or we release the information, say at noon on the day of the meeting or something like that, so that the public would have the opportunity to take a look at the backup information. I think there's also work to be done on what we actually provide to the board, because in the packet, because not being critical of anybody, there are times when the packet information is so voluminous that it becomes not helpful to decision making. So I think there's a couple things we got to work on. One is, what should the packet provide in terms of information? Because there's always backup, which is a public record as well. And at what point in time should we actually disclose it to the public, particularly in this era of COVID, and there's no way for anybody to come to a meeting, and there's no way for us to share the documentation at a live meeting. So I would like to work on some proposal for the board to consider as an amendment to this probably next week. I said it was going to be this week, but I'd like to try for next week. And if we can reach agreement on that, then that'd be fine. But I would like to go ahead and approve this because I think we've done a lot of work on it, and I think it's a good, solid start. So I would take a motion to approve this, to adopt this as the operating policies and procedures for the Millis Select Board.
I move that we adopt the Select Board Policy and Procedures Manual for the Select Board.
I'll second that.
So it's been moved and seconded to adopt the proposed operating policies and procedures for the Select Board. I will poll the board for that, to take that vote. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. And as soon as we have those final edits and get ourselves to be the Select Board, I would ask the town administrator and the operations director to post this on the website under the Select Board, I don't know what you call it.
Page.
Select Board. What?
Homepage, there you go.
Homepage.
Or
yes.
thingamajiggy, whatever you prefer.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the proposal for a process for town administrator goals and performance review. Mr. Kaczynski, you have information to share with us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did forward this information out to the board by form of a memo, just to talk a little bit about the evaluation process as well as goal setting. To outline the framework of what's in my contract. It specifically addresses that the performance evaluation should be done on an annual basis in February of each year, and outlines certain steps and processes in regards to that. So to sort of put that into an action item list, I did put some narrative into the memo to ask for the board to consider approval, so we have a roadmap going into the winter. And that the timeline I've laid out for that and the process. And yes, I forgot to change the year on the date, so when I say January 2020, I mean 2021. But really starting in December of this year to confirm approval from the Select Board and Town Administrator as to the general process and timeline of the Town Administrator Performance Review. And then in January 2021, to distribute the agreed upon performance evaluation forms to Select Board members, most likely in a format similar to the one most recently used. And then in February, the main month of the work would be for the board members to complete evaluation forms and submit them to Town Council for compilation into sort of a summary report. And then to conduct one-on-one conversations between the Select Board members and the Town Administrator, using that summary report as the discussion tool. And then the Town Administrator could provide feedback back in writing to the Town Council in relation to the evaluations from the board members. And then the summary of the recommendations and findings would be brought forward to an open Select Board meeting for formal adoption. And that would all be in the month of February, and then in March for the Select Board and Town Administrator to work jointly to develop and establish Town Administrator goals for calendar year 2021. So that's a general outline, just for the board's consideration and discussion. And I think last year we were a little off schedule, but we had some heavy lifting to get this thing really going and going properly, which I think ultimately it went well. And I'd be certainly interested in hearing any feedback from the board as to any comments or suggested changes to this approach.
I'll open that conversation with asking my colleagues on the board to have any comments.
I actually don't have anything to add, and maybe partially because this will be the first one I'm involved with, but it sounds like a pretty robust procedure to me for a reviewing process.
Okay, it's also defined, which is a little bit better than what we've done in the past in terms of timing anyway. Mr. Germain?
You just answered the question, the point I was going to make, which is, yes, he's put together a timeline which makes a lot more sense. At least we've been through it once. We know what part of the process is now, and hopefully we can meet the timeline objectives a little more appropriately than we did last year.
Okay, the one thing that I want the board to have a little conversation about, because it becomes part of not just performance review, but rewards. We have a contingent component in the compensation program that if the town administrator reaches certain goals or is evaluated in a certain way, it triggers an additional salary adjustment in the subsequent years. I don't know whether we need to address that more specifically, whether we want to make sure that in the policy, in the process of doing review, we take into account that that certain specific goals or certain specific items are things that we think add the appropriate level of value to the community that would warrant the additional pay trigger. That's the only part here that I'm a little concerned that we haven't maybe we're not specific enough. Now maybe I shouldn't worry about it because this will be the first year we administer that as well, and lessons learned will indicate whether or not we feel comfortable that this trigger is appropriate. Because as we all know, this will not be the only contract with a department head or chief administrative officer that has a contingent pay component to it. To make it work, you really have to be careful that you are granting this additional pay because of significant performance, not just because, or denying it for reasons that are unreasonable. I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but that part to me is something that we need to really spend time on as we get into that phase of the process.
My personal view is I wouldn't want to belabor it. And the reason I feel that way is it changes from year to year. Because we have different goals, different objectives, we may have different issues. Who can predict another COVID or whatever? My concern is when you get into certain levels of specificity, it inhibits creativity. I don't want to see that happen. I certainly believe we have an obligation as a board to keep tweaking if we think an objective isn't being met or a concern, or if something is being done that's exceptional, to be noting that as the year progresses. Yeah. It's the feedback loop that's important in my estimation. And that's an obligation we have.
Yeah. I agree.
You can go into it in however you want to go down that hole, but there we go. I don't want to be any more specific at this point anyway.
Okay.
I don't know if I understand, unless you're referring to maybe like a quarterly review process to keep track of the goals and where the progress has been made, or if goals need to be or if it's even done, that they're altered through the year. I mean, I do agree that, you know, you want the creativity and the innovation, because that's where you get some pretty amazing work. So I agree with not being too rigid on goals, but if it's something that we would monitor and touch on throughout the year, then I'm just wondering what the process for that would be.
Well, I guess I don't believe that we do a sort of a quarterly check. I think that we owe the town administrator a continuous loop of feedback, I suppose. And as individual members of the board, that's a relevant concept. Maybe that's the way to keep this moving along. And on the other hand, you know, I think that fulfilling the obligations of the position is expected. And maybe this is what you folks are talking about. Some value was added here. Value that we got, the town got, the community received because of the efforts of the professional that are, it's not beyond expectation, but it's showing the creativity and the thoughtfulness and the value add, which then would trigger, to my way of thinking, you know, the additional compensation opportunity.
An initiative.
Like the grants that were received, or it was, frankly, a thoughtful process of entering into a joint agreement with another town to provide IT services. That's what we're looking for. And, you know, maybe it's just enough of some asking for some continuous feedback. Now, the town administrator might respond to this and say, please, don't bother. I don't want any surprises at the end here, you know, in the middle of March, right, where we say you thought you were doing well, but nope.
Well, I think in terms of you know, managing employees, so to speak, that I don't think it would be ever fair to have there be a surprise, especially in the negative. So, you know, if there was ever some kind of an issue, I would say that needs to be addressed up front and right away, not saved, you know, for any evaluations. But I feel like the relationship and open communication I've seen so far, I don't feel that would be an issue in this case. I feel that he's very approachable. I'm able to discuss anything I need to with him, and, you know, hopefully he's as comfortable back.
Well, I think this is a good approach. I think this is thoughtful. I think we have an obligation to give feedback that's reasonable and thoughtful, not just something that comes to mind on Thursday, or Tuesday, whatever. I do think we had a process last time which was something that the board executed and the town administrator worked closely with us. And I know, unfortunately, that this was, even the performance process itself, unfortunately, was an innovation. The last board pushed for it, and we did it, and we got it done. And it took us longer than we had hoped, but now we've established the fact that it exists. And maybe year 2 is even more important than year 1, because it shows the follow-through, that this is now part of the process. And I agree with my colleague, Mr. Germain. I don't want to over-engineer it either. And if we're all comfortable with this, then that's fine with me. I'm willing to go forward with it. And Mr. Kaczynski, any thoughts based upon the conversation that you've heard this evening?
No, I think, all the comments are helpful. I think it's all in line from my perspective of what I was putting out there. I think if the board is, from an overall perspective, comfortable with that, I'm happy to move forward in that fashion. And I think, certainly, if anything comes up that we need to tweak this, that's fine. But I just wanted to make sure that we're all kind of on the same page as far as process in this area.
Well, I think the indication is that we are. And we look to you to initiate the first timeline here, which is December. Then we'll go from there. If we want to make any changes in the evaluation form, we should think about doing that sooner rather than later, I think. I'm not suggesting that we do, but I mean, if we do.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to suggest that whoever has the most recent copy of the evaluation form, let's get it out to all of us, so we're all singing out of that same hymn book.
That would be good.
I think that would be Mr. Kaczynski, right?
Yes, I can certainly send a copy out to everyone. I can do that later this week.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Well, good. I mean, I just want to make sure we keep on top of this so that we don't lose that, and that's good. Okay, the next item on the agenda is, there's a couple of items which are more just quick information points. We did attend the tri-board meeting, which I think went pretty well. We had some good conversation. I think that we've agreed to meet with them on October the 7th for the next meeting, which is really preliminary to going into town meeting for this fall. And hopefully we will be able to share with them the information that, they will have heard the information from Carol. We'll have a conversation about hopefully being able to go into town meeting with a unified front. I do think that the meeting went pretty well. There is a commitment, I believe, when we get through the fall town meeting, to work on that one uncompleted task, which is to see if we should be making recommendations to the three constituencies here to modify the, call it the revenue sharing policy that we've been operating under for many years. I think that this board has indicated it is interested in doing that. I did reach out to the chairs of the Finance Committee and School Committee, and they agree that they are also committed to it. It may not be something that we can easily resolve, but I do think there's an mutual interest there among all three boards to try and work through something. I'm certainly willing to work on that on behalf of this board, but I wanted to give this board the opportunity to at least weigh in and maybe have some continuing dialogue over what we would like to see in terms of resolving, a new compact, if you will, for how the town develops its budgeting for the fiscal year 2022 and beyond. I think it's clear that the three constituent boards feel as though the time has come for a change. What is not as clear is whether we can reach agreement on what the change should be. And I'm not suggesting we go into this with any, rose-colored glasses, because our board did have some concerns about the proposals that were floated last time. So I don't anticipate anything happening within the next, before we get through town meeting, but I would like to, get that dialogue underway again, and I think that the chairs of the other two committees are willing to do that.
Well, I guess in answer to your question, I certainly have no problem at all with our chair representing us at those committees and taking any thoughts that we may individually have and working with them. How's that?
Well, I agree. I think we're going to go into this with in good faith, but I don't think any of us would indicate that this is going to be the easiest thing we've ever done.
No.
Okay. But the most important piece of input is the new fresh thinking input from Erin.
No pressure.
Well, we'll see as it unfolds, and I certainly think that I'm willing to work with them, and they're willing to work with us. So, but my pledge to my colleagues is to keep you informed and in the loop. This is not a solo activity, so. Okay, the next item is our committee liaison updates. For those of us who may have had meetings with various committees, I can share with you a couple of things. Capital Planning Committee did meet. You've seen some of the output in actually Mike's initial draft of the warrant, some of the things they're considering. They're going through the same process they went through in the past, which is to go through the items that have been brought forward by the departments, trying to prioritize them through their scoring system. What was not covered at the last meeting was the issues, the capital items brought forth by the school department. The Capital Planning Committee is meeting with the school committee tomorrow evening at 7 to hear a little bit more about what their goals are, what their interest is in their articles. So though the school proposals were not scored at the last meeting because we felt as though we had insufficient information from them. So that should be rectified by tomorrow night, and there's one more meeting scheduled, I think it's next week. Time flies when we're having fun. To try and nail that down and get this really put to bed in time for us to operate, on it, work with it on October 5th, and to finally thoroughly vet it on October 7th when we meet with the 3 boards. So it's an accelerated schedule, but I think it's reasonably well in hand. And I can't say enough about the work of John Barry, the chair of the committee, and the committee members who have really spent time and effort building a model, trying to execute that model with great support from the finance director and the town administrator. Next, the ESBC. Wayne earlier tonight stole all my thunder about about the latest report on what they think how much under budget they'll bring the project in under. Very quickly, the last meeting of the ESBC was a punch list meeting. Frankly, the only thing that still seems to be need work is the puddling and the tennis courts. There's a lot of back and forth as to who's responsible for that. What we do know is the town is not responsible, so it's a matter of either the contractor or the subcontractor fixing it, and they're committed to do it. So that's going to move forward on that basis. The radon mitigation has been completed, and the tests were done to determine whether or not it was effective, and all the testing came back that the mitigation strategy put in place and then work done solves the problem. Radon readings are well below the standard required, so at this point we've had a good outcome, and also that project came in about $30,000 under the budgeted change order, so that seems to have been working well. There will be continuing testing going on. I mean, that's part of the protocol, but at this point in time, it looks like the project with respect to radon mitigation has been successful. They did talk about the closeout process with the MSBA. This project gets closed out after you've finished everything and you've shared the information with the MSBA, and they send you the note of approval that they're all done. So that will be worked on in the future. It may not get done for quite a few months, as it turns out, but that doesn't mean that the project itself isn't largely complete. So this is really winding down, and hopefully we'll have most of it solved before long. The last item I wanted to report on was the meeting this morning for the Local Emergency Planning Committee. Some of that was discussed today because a lot of the committee conversation was around the COVID update, which the board has already heard. There was also conversation about a couple of other items, planning for town meeting, planning for the winter, and it's the usual crises, snow and power outages and whatnot was considered. There was some conversation about for the town meeting. I think that based upon the conversation today and the town administrator's recommendation, that's probably not going to happen. Our concern is not rain, it's cold. So if we get precipitation, we'll just move the meeting. The logistics of the tent seem to be pretty daunting, frankly. Particularly when we receive the, I don't know, there's 10 or 12 pages of fire regulations that you have to follow to make that happen. So I don't know, Mike, if you have any other comments you'd like to make on that.
Yeah, I've looked at that, and certainly most tents we'd look at getting probably wouldn't cover the whole area that would encompass the town meeting. And what a tent does is it creates shade, and if it's a cool day, that's not going to help. So I think, and with the cost and the complications, we thought all things being equal, it was best to go without the tent. If past history is any indication, I think the rain is not going to be our biggest concern, although certainly that would cause us to move the meeting, but cold. So we're hoping not to have a long cold snap the early part of November. So
the group did talk about Halloween as well, knowing that there's public health implications. I think the general consensus of the group was that we would be happy to provide the citizens of Millis with information, with links and whatnot to guidelines issued by the Department of Public Health and the CDC, but that the town would not probably entertain any broad-based local restrictions. That is always subject to, as was discussed earlier tonight, changes in the conditions of transmission. I know there was conversation about red, green, blue, yellow, whatever. At this point in time, I don't think the Board of Health is not making any recommendations that we do anything other than share with folks the sensible guidelines for Halloween celebration. And that was basically the consensus then. If we get any additional information, we will bring it back to the board, but at this point, I think that was generally the view. Not that we don't want to get in the middle of anything, but at this stage of the game, we didn't see the particular value of taking anything other than an informational position for the town government in Millis. Mike, I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that, but pretty much that's the consensus.
No, I think you pretty much covered it, Jim, on that.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question on that. That's all fine. How will that be communicated? Because there are people obviously wondering, because there are some towns that have either issued restrictions or canceled certain parts of it. How are we going to, can we maybe put a post on the town Facebook page that we're referring people to the state issued guidelines or whatnot? Just because I know if it's too early, it's too early, maybe next meeting, but I know the questions are out there.
Well, my view is that we decide to do that in our October 5th meeting because we're closer to the timetable. We did generally agree that we would direct people to the homepage for the Board of Health, who would then be providing the links to the state. And that's not just the homepage on the website, through the Facebook page as well.
Okay.
But they're the ones monitoring the daily, day-to-day activities. They're on top of things. And not that we're trying to avoid responsibility at the select board level, but given the fact that the recommendation from the local emergency planning is to allow people to, exercise good judgment based upon guidelines issued by the state and the federal government, that's what we would do. And to your point, refer people to those guidelines. I mean, interestingly enough, we did talk about groups, and, obviously we're not going to be encouraging large groups of people to gather. And that's something that is just sensible, and it's part of the state guidelines anyway, as to how you should, take precautions, individual precautions. And we may decide, we may make a recommendation to do a bit more, but at this point in time, the feeling was we would be an information aggregator, and then make sure that people knew where they could look. I mean, turns out that one of the high-risk activities under the CDC guidelines is going around trick-or-treating.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean it's dangerous. It means it's a higher risk than otherwise. And certainly it's a higher risk if you go around with 20 people.
Right. Yeah.
It may not be, having a no mask may not be a big issue since everybody, but that was kind of the consensus. If this board wants to take more action, then we're certainly plan on having this topic on the board agenda for our meeting next week, and we can discuss it then.
Yeah, if anything's changed, it would be good to touch base again.
Yeah. Okay, the last thing we talked about was security at both town election and the town meeting, and the police chief and the police department is already thinking through how they will make sure that we have secure, safe and secure transactions at both the town election and the town meeting. Okay.
Chairman?
Yes.
Regarding board liaisons and updates, I would like to, as quickly as possible, start the enterprise committee if we could. I think it's important. We have a lot going on. There are a number of issues. We have people in town who can contribute a lot, and it seems to me it's something that we ought to get going pretty quickly. I'd like to know if we could begin that committee in the very near future.
Well, I would be really delighted to do that, particularly if we got a fifth member.
Who do we have right now as members?
Well, we don't have anybody right now. We've had some people that have stepped forward.
Right.
Basically, the two boards have designated their representative. Right. We have a couple of other individuals, which at this stage, I'll ask the town administrator to share with you directly.
Okay.
Because I don't want to name names and find that we decide that somebody else is interested in doing it that we would prefer. But I agree with you. I mean, I don't believe we should name a committee of 5 when only 4 members, we've only got 4 people who are willing to serve. But that I can be overridden by the other board members on that.
Well, I think we have 5 people who could serve, so.
Okay, well then.
I will talk with the town administrator tomorrow.
Yep.
I don't, unless you want to talk later tonight, I mean, it's early yet, so it's not 2 in the morning yet, so.
Well, on that note, would you like me to provide a very fast update from the school committee?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be listening in tomorrow night anyway. They're meeting weekly right now before they look to vote to bring kids back hybrid. At the last meeting, they adopted a mask policy. They also discussed that they're now down to 3 finalists for the superintendent position. And the interview process for those 3 finalists will be public. They're planning to vote on at their October 13th meeting as to whether or not the children would go back hybrid as of October 19th. They had handed out iPads and Chromebooks at the start of school to all of the children, and apparently it was an overall positive start. There were some tech glitches, but they had a decent start to the school year. They also discussed in terms of finances, their enrollment was down by about 30 children. 20 of those are accounted for in preschool, because instead of accepting 62 children, they have 42 now. And then there was a number that ended up to vocational school or private school. For finances, Millis provides free half-day kindergarten, but there is a charge on full-day kindergarten. And there's 36 current students that are enrolled as half-day kindergarten, and that's usually a much lower number. So that's a factor that could impact some budgeting on their side as well. Those are the highlights, though, and I'll listen tomorrow night as well, so I'll let you know.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we move to the next item? Karen.
I'm awake. Tangerini Spring Street Farm has come forth. They have been very successful with their days where they're serving alcoholic beverages as part of, I guess, their lunches and dinners. They would like to continue that through October. They are looking to get one-day alcohol license for the following: October 3rd, 4th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 17th, 18th, 24th, 25th, and Halloween the 31st. The hours of sales would be from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. I encourage you to go up there and try it if you have not. They're doing a bang-up job up there. They are still holding off on applying for an all-alcohol license due to the COVID situation. They hate to apply for it and then jump through hoops and then something happens. So that's why they are continuing to do the one-off licenses by the month. This would not typically be how we'd be handling this, but it is what it is.
Okay, well, I mean, I think we are pretty much trying to help our businesses be successful, so as long as they pay their water bill, they'll be fine.
Or at least half.
No.
The prior months.
The prior month's amount, yeah.
So I would take a motion from the board.
I move that we approve the one-day special alcohol license requests for Tangerini Spring Street Farm for the hours of sales 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the following dates: October 3rd, October 4th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 17th, 18th, 24th, 25th, and 31st.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the one-day special alcohol license, all alcohol beverages, the Tangerini Spring Street Farm, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on October 3rd, 4th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 17th, 18th, 24th, 25th, and Halloween 31st. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Germain?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried unanimously. We also have to sign this, right, Karen?
You do.
So there's two things to sign. Okay.
I would ask the board if you could come in anytime after 12 o'clock tomorrow. That would be great.
Okay. All right. Though we do have some minutes. Help me to remember on executive session. Do we have to approve them in executive session, or can we do them now?
No, you can approve the executive session minutes as written, but we don't officially release them to the public until you vote to release them.
So we vote to release them, okay.
If there are, extensive questions or requested changes to the executive session minutes, at that point, we may want to defer them until the full executive session at a future meeting.
Well, the minutes on the executive session have left out results of a roll call vote on one of the items.
Oh, okay.
So
I can take a look at that tomorrow if you want to email it to me.
Yeah, you can take a look at that.
Okay.
So maybe we'll defer approval until we get the vote, because the recorded vote is important. So I would ask if there are motions on the meeting minutes of the 31st and the 14th. I have no changes, but
I have, if I may, a question on the 8/31 minutes at the very end, so select board goals. And then it says here, Selectman Germain suggested that working to figure out sewer capacity limitations. This is part of select board goals? Am I missing something?
Is there?
That was, hold on a minute, Pete, I'd have to read through what I wrote. That was, you know what, I don't think I can put it in this thing. It was that you had made a note that you wanted something more specific to include sewer capacity as part of the overall goals. That the sewer capacity issue that's going on and the potential upcoming bylaw. There was
I
some
just
note,
wanted
we
to
can
make sure-
scratch that or change the language if
No,
we feel
no,
it's
if I
not
said
correct,
it-
that's totally fine.
If I said it, what am I gonna say? I just wanted to make sure, it just seemed odd, okay. But then, the person who said it is pretty odd.
I can always
So-
go back and try to look at that little piece too and see if that was, I write what I do the best I can with remembering, and I'm hoping that when you guys read it, that if I've missed something, that perhaps you'll catch it, and we certainly can all.
I like that little smile from Jim, but regardless, I am going to move that we accept the minutes of 8/31/20 as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the board meeting minutes for 8/31/20. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried. We have a motion on the minutes of the 14th.
Probably get that. Go ahead.
Oh, I move that we accept the minutes from September 14th, 2020.
I'll second that with the caveat that I tried to review some of the numbers and I couldn't, so I'll accept them as they are.
Been moved and seconded to adopt the minutes as written. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Motion is carried. I'll be delighted to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Go ahead, Pete.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we adjourn the meeting. Thanks to everyone who participated. I'll poll the board. Mr. McCaffrey, yes. Mr. Jermaine?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
The motion is carried and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.